A famous person said, the morning shows the day, and definitely today's Sunday is going to be a special fun day for all of us because today we're going to talk about the artificial intelligence. But in this morning, the people out here, those who have come here, taking out their valuable time, I'd like to request each and everyone kindly put your hands together for yourself, for your lovely presence in the auditorium. Could we have a round of applause for yourself, people? It's my pleasure to welcome you all to today's session of an incredible, relevant and transformative topic using artificial intelligence in power systems. As we stand at the crossroad of technological advancement, we are witnessing a seismic shift in how industrial functions, and the power sectors is no exceptions. Throughout this event, we will explore how AI, that's artificial intelligence technologies, will help to uplift the power sectors. We are privileged to have the distinguished panels, two experts, the thought leaders with us today who will share their insights, experience and vision on how AI can reshape the future of power systems. But before starting with this topic, I would like to request each and everyone to put your eyes on the giant screen because Engineers Welfare Forum has been doing a wonderful job for the upliftment of the power system. So we're going to watch a wonderful video, that incredible work that has been done by Engineers Welfare Forum. I'll request all of you, put your eyes on the giant screen and we'll be moving forward with our 13th National Seminar. Please play the video on the giant screen, please. Lights off. Light off, Kurdam.
A sapling being grown into a tree and inspiring a garden around, or a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly and inspiring others for a colorful flight. Such has been the journey of our engineers who have been the engine of our country's growth. WBPDCL is one such path paver who is lighting up lives in the nooks and corners of West Bengal. Its wing, Engineers Welfare Forum, from being a nascent body of few visionaries to a collaboration of around 600 engineers of WBPDCL, is nurturing the dreams of young enterprising engineers. They believed that together we can, and yes, together they have done it. Today, EWF stands for Engineering Inclusive Growth and Fulfilling Aspirations, whose seeds were laid in 2010. EWF is working tirelessly towards welfare of the engineering fraternity and overall growth and prosperity of the society, and has many feathers in its big hat. Power Genext, the flagship technical journal, chronicles all the findings and analysis, showcases the technical breakthroughs of engineers at various power plants. Prayas, flagship social event which makes an effort to cultivate minds through proper education. Training programs like Educating the Educators, drives for students including hand-holding, various workshops on inclusive learning and extracurricular activities, encouraging and mentoring of students, and also felicitation of meritorious children residing around the power stations. With year-long supply of study kits and other ancillaries is just one part of the entire education initiatives, and EWF gives paramount importance to this attempt. Need or National Energy Excellence Drive. Under this umbrella, national seminars are organized every year to enrich the Indian power sector and ancillary fields on various burning topics. Research. EWF has commenced research on biomass co-firing power generation with IIT, ISM Dhanbad, and a project on artificial intelligence in association with Department of Computer Science and Technology, IIT Kharagpur. EWF is establishing technical libraries at townships of all power plants to spread the wisdom and know-how. Eatery. EWF operates catering services at remote power stations, thereby reaching home-like food to engineers deputed there. Inclusivity and growing together is their buzzword. With a determined focus on bringing new technology to optimize the power sector and benefiting society as a whole, the journey of EWF continues with renewed energy. The honorary board is led by vice chancellors, scientists and directors of reputed central universities and institutions. Team marches on with promise of a better society, inclusive growth and lighting up many lives as it roars on. The garden is in full bloom and together they are planting more seeds all around.
Could you please put the lights on? Well, today is a very special day for all of us because we belong to a generation where we have seen the land phone to smartphone, from two doors closed screen TV to projections, and obviously from smartphones to multiverse, that's AI. Well, today is the 13th National Seminar. It's organized by Engineers Welfare Forum in collaboration with National Energy Excellence Drive, powered by WBPDCL, WBSEDCL, DVC, Wipro, and Bengal Naturals. Could we have all of you, could we have a round of applause for all our organized and powered by partners for making this event a successful one? During this lovely morning, we have got some lovely people with us here, eminent guests with us here in this morning, and with that note, we'd like to move forward. First, would like to invite here, we have got Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary with us here, and he is the chief guest of our 13th National Seminar. He is the professor, the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Delhi, and ex-director of IIT Jodhpur, and ex-director of CSIR. So, ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please put your hands together and let's welcome Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary on stage. Could we have one more round of applause for this gentleman out here? And to felicitate Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary, I would like to request Engineer Prashanto Sinha, Chairman of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, to please come up here on stage to do the honors. A beautiful flower bouquet, a memento and a utturiyo from Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL by Engineer Prashanto Sinha, Chairman of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Next, we'd like to invite our guest of honor of this 13th National Seminar. He is the Director of O&M WBPDCL, Sri Subroto Mondol, sir. Could we have a huge round of applause and let's welcome Sri Subroto Mondol, sir, on stage. Welcome, sir. And to felicitate Sri Subroto Mondol, sir, I would like to invite Engineer Shuman Shorkar, the Vice Chairman of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, to please come up here on stage to do the honors. Utsuryu with a beautiful flower bouquet. And a memento of this 13th National Seminar. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for doing the honors. Next, we'd like to invite here on stage. He is the Director of Research and Development, the brand Hitachi India. I would request all of you to please put your hands together and let's welcome Dr. Kinshuk Banerjee on stage. Welcome, sir. Dr. Kinshuk Banerjee, Director of Research and Development, Hitachi India. And to do the honors, I would like to request Engineer Shomen Das, Secretary of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, to please come up here on stage and felicitate Dr. Kinshuk Banerjee. An Utsuryu, a flower bouquet, a memento, and a gift from Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. Next, we would like to invite here on stage. He is the Director of Finance of WBPDCL, and he is Sri Dev Kumar Gupta. Could we have a huge round of applause and let's welcome Sri Dev Kumar Gupta, Director of Finance of WBPDCL, on stage. And to do the honors, I would like to request Engineer Tridip Debnath, CEC, Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, to please come up on stage and felicitate Sri Dev Kumar Gupta. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we'd like to invite you on stage Sri S.J. Lahiri. He is the CGM Power Grid. Could we have a huge round of applause and let's welcome Mr. S.J. Lahiri on stage. And to felicitate Sri S.J. Lahiri, would like to invite Engineer Ajit Baske, Secretary of KTBP of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL. Could we have the gentleman on stage, please? Yes, he's here. You can give you a round of applause. And Utsuryu, a flower bouquet, a memento, and a gift from Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we'd like to invite here Sri Rajiv Salwan, sir. He is the AGM of IT NTPC. Could we have a huge round of applause and let's welcome Sri Rajiv Salwan on stage. And to do the honors, I would like to request Engineer Shomit Dotto, Senior Member of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, to please come up on stage and felicitate Sri Rajiv Salwan, sir, in this lovely morning. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. Well, every moment we like to be enlightened one. Every moment we like to be succeeded. We want success in every step of our life. With that note, we'd like to move forward with a lamp lighting ceremony with our esteemed guest and chief guest of honor, all the people out here. I request you to please move forward and join together for the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. And with that note, I would like to invite 1 minute. Well, it's not started yet. Yes, back end, it's not started yet. Yes, thank you so much. And with that note, I'd like to invite more people out here on stage. Would like to invite here the chairman of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, Engineer Prashanto Sinha. Would like to invite the vice chairman of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, Engineer Shumon Shorkar. Would like to invite the Secretary of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, Engineer Shomin Das. Along with him, it's an earnest request. I'd like to request the General Manager, HR of WBPDCL, Sri Dhruvo Das Gupta sir, to please join here on stage and make this moment a fruitful one. I'll request all of you to please put your hands together for all the people out here. They're joining together for making this moment a successful one with auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. I request our back-end team to please come on stage with the candle so that we can start off very soon.
Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Ganganapataye Namaha. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Om Ganganapataye Namo Namah. Shri Siddhi Vinayak Namo Namah. Ashtavinayak Namo Namah. Ganapati Bappa Moria.
गणपतये नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्टविनायक नमो नमः मंगलमूर्ति मोरया
ओम गंगणपतये नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्टविनायक नमो नमः गणपति बाप्पा मोरया
ओम गणपतये नमो नमः श्री सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्टविनायक नमो नमः.
Could we have all of you join together for the photo op moment so that we can get the picture perfect frame, so that we can make this moment a memorable one, so that we can join together in this 13th national seminar. Thank you so much. Thank you. I request all of you to kindly please be seated. We are moving forward with our program. Okay, it's a request to all our guests who's a presenter on stage. Could you kindly please be seated in front of the stage so that it will be a visual, good visual for you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Well, as I said earlier, that we belong from a generation from where we have seen the land phone to smartphones, from closed-door TV to projections, and definitely we're moving forward with the next generation, that's artificial intelligence. But in this lovely 13th national seminar to address the wonderful people out here in the morning, I would like to hand over the microphone and the podium to Engineer Prashant Sinha, the Chairman of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, to address the august crowd in the lovely 13th National Seminar. Could we have a huge round of applause, and let's welcome the Chairman of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, Engineer Prashant Sinha.
Good morning, and my heartiest welcome to everybody present in this seminar today. The topic today is concept of artificial intelligence and its application in power system. Every year such seminar is arranged by Engineers Welfare Forum of the WBPDCL, and a technical journal, Power GenXT, is published. Today we have with us Honorable Professor Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary, Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Delhi, Mr. Subroto Mondol, Director W&M WBPDCL, Mr. Dev Kumar Gupta, Director F&A WBPDCL, Mr. Rajiv Shalwan, AGM IT NTPC, Mr. S.J. Lahiri, CGM Power Grid, Mr. Ravi Sushant Chaudhary, DGM Power Grid, Mr. Kingshuk Banerjee, Head of Research and Development, Hitachi India, Mr. Binod Kumar, GM R&D, Hitachi, Dr. Shoikat Chakraborty, Professor, IIT Kanpur, Mr. Uday Shankar Baral, Mr. Vikas Singh, Mr. D.N. Tripathi, and Mr. Satyendra Kumar Sahu from DVC, Mr. Rajiv Das and Mr. Abhijit Rai from CSC, Mr. Joy Chakraborty of WBREDA, and Mr. Bobin Anto, he could not present today. The integration of artificial intelligence in power system control is now a necessity for building a resilient, efficient, and sustainable grid. AI's ability to analyze vast amounts of data in real time allows for proactive decision making, optimizing power generation, transmission, distribution, while simultaneously mitigating disruption and minimizing cost across entire power system. The key advantage system control are predictive maintenance, load forecasting, dynamic grid optimization, smart grid integration, fault detection and isolation. Today we are having eminent speakers, and we are eagerly awaiting to listen their wise deliberation, and also eminent teachers and students from reputed engineering colleges, engineers from WBPDCL and other organizations for interaction. I'll thank Seminar Organizing Committee for skillfully arranging this seminar. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful address by the Chairman of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL by Engineer Prashant Sinha sir. Next, we'd like to invite her on the podium to share a few words by the Director of O&M WBPDCL, Sri Subroto Mondol sir. Could we have you on the podium, please?
Good morning. The morning started with a wonderful audiovisual presentation and the great work done by Engineers Welfare Forum. At the outset, I would like to thank Engineers Welfare Forum and NEET for allowing me this privilege to be present among eminent speakers and domain experts. We all are eagerly waiting to hear from them. But as far as WBPDCL goes, let me share with all of you, like previous year and this year also till date, as an entity, WBPDCL is leading in terms of PLF, in terms of generation. And 4 of our stations are among the top 5 stations of the country. And this has been possible for untiring efforts of one and all from the WBPDCL family and all the stakeholders who have supported us in this journey. Well, as a generating company, we all are eager and we want to improve further, and AI is the order of the day. Thank you, Welfare Forum, for arranging such a seminar which is apt for today. And as a generating company, especially a thermal generating company, I will be intrigued to know from the speakers and the domain experts that how AI can help us to improve the safety and reliability of our operations. And one more thing, how we will be able to reduce the cost of generation so that all our customers are benefited. AI has got immense opportunity in the field of transmission and distribution. But for generating stations, how we can be benefited from AI other than some predictive tools, as I said, for safety and cost reduction. I will be very much eagerly waiting to hear from all of you. Thank you very much, and I wish the seminar all success. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful speech by Director of WBPDCL, Director of O&M of WBPDCL, Sri Shubroto Mondal sir. Next, we'd like to invite here on the podium the Director of Finance of WBPDCL, Sri Devkumar Gupta sir, to say a few words.
Shubho Shakal. Good morning to all the esteemed speakers who have assembled here today, all my colleagues, friends and students who are going to participate in today's deliberations. I am the only non-technical person to be speaking to you, so please put up with my few words. In my function of finance and accounts, nowadays we keep hearing of using of AI tools in internal audit. This is mainly being done by the big 4 firms. Unfortunately, in PDCL, we do not use such techniques. So as things pan out, we will have to learn how to use AI for our function, because also the Ministry of Corporate Affairs is using AI in a lot of areas to collect company data and analyze them online and send us their queries. So all of us have to get used to this new technique and all the tools so that we can be comparable with the best in the country on these accounts. All of us have some exposure to AI in some form or the other, mainly those of us who use Facebook, and we are inundated by these AI generated marketing pop-ups which keep on coming. Of course, AI in marketing has a huge role to play, and they are playing a big role. A lot of consumer behavior has been checked and changed by AI tools and by AI marketing. So you keep hearing of these large consumer driven companies like Amazon in the West, and over here the Tata Group, like Tata Click, Tanishq, Tanera. All these people are using advanced AI tools to attract customers, give them excellent offers according to their choice of products. And they have been very successful. In the power sector, of course, as Director mentioned, we are already the best in the country as we claim and as per CEA records. Now obviously there is a lot more to be done, not just to sustain this position, but also improve our operations in the future. Our success has been based on basically two activities. Number one, the coal mining activity, where the team has been able to supply adequate amount of coal of a good quality on a sustained basis throughout the year. And the second thing is the plant operations, which have been managed very efficiently without any breakdowns, any major breakdowns I would say, and excellent overall efficiency. So these two factors have contributed to our success. And so therefore we would love to listen to the speakers tell us how we can improve, especially in the area of coal mining, since it's a new domain for us. But we are now self-sufficient in coal, so that aspect has to be managed very well. If by using AI tools we can improve, nothing like it. Operations have already reached a level which is pretty high in the company, as you've heard, in the country, sorry. So even then, whatever AI tools our experts can suggest today would help us to improve further and keep winning accolades. So I look forward to a lot of inputs from the esteemed speakers here today on these two aspects, and I wish the seminar all success. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Sri Dev Kumar Gupta, Director of Finance of WBPDCL. Next, we'd like to invite here on the podium the CGM of Power Grid, Sri S.J. Lahiri sir. Could we have Sri S.J. Lahiri sir on the podium, please?
Respected dignitaries taking part in this, and all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. I am from Power Grid, and Power Grid is having some ambitious plan for this AI application. Now I am representing asset management department. So in asset management also we are implementing, and we are having a big wish list. I'll just give a small example. We are having towers, and sometimes some members are missing due to theft or any other reasons. So every time our person goes there for patrolling and just see whether some missing is there. So sometimes a new person may not have that knowledge to understand what part is missing. Now we are using AI tool. We are having image, that is called deep learning method in this, in some part, and we can understand from that image taken by that person, and it can analyze our this AI tool that has been developed by that person. हम हिंदी में बोलते हैं घोड़े के मुंह से सुनना. You will also just learn from that person. He is there. You will take a session on these applications of AI tools. So in that case, the tower missing members are really understood by that app, that AI tool. And like this, we are having big wish list. We are having CB palms. That is also another AI tool to have understanding of problems in transformers, reactors, then circuit breakers, transformer reactor. We are having transformer palms. Like this, we are having very big wish list, and we are working together. Our talented engineers, small group maybe, but they are doing a very good job on this AI application. So if anything more is available in this, really it will be very helpful to Power Grid and as a whole to the nation, if we can get some more input from the esteemed speaker today. So I wish very good success for this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Sri S.J. Lahiri, CGM, Power Grid. Next, we'd like to invite on the podium for a few words, Dr. Kingshuk Banerjee, Director of Research and Development, Hitachi, India. Could we have Dr. Kingshuk Banerjee on stage?
So first of all, it's a pleasure, privilege, honor to be with you, because this is something not only very close to my heart, to our heart, AI, just as somebody said very beautifully, the order of the day, but also trying to apply it to an industry that is very close to Hitachi's heart, the DNA, that's engineering. So I represent Hitachi R&D, and before that for 15 years I was with IBM, and my thesis, my PhD, a lot of this work is around what we call AI today. The most important thing about this artificial intelligence, and we'll touch upon it much later, it is all encompassing. It is happening, it is for real, it is transformative, it's absolutely going to change the way we work, the way we view ourselves, the way we relate to ourselves. A lot of these things are going to change, and it is very important to celebrate and understand artificial intelligence, to practice it as best as we can. We should welcome it. We should not resist it, because the moment we welcome AI, there are so many more possibilities that will open up right in front of our eyes. So we can innovate, we can do something far more on top of what is existing, and most importantly, we will imagine even more. So I have only one request to you. We'll get into the details much later. Let's celebrate AI, let's understand it, and let's apply it as best as we can in our everyday lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to invite on the podium the the AGM of IT NTPC, Sri Rajiv Salwan, sir. Could we have Sri Rajiv Salwan, sir, on the podium, please?
Namaskar. Good morning. It's an honor to speak before you today on the transformative role of artificial intelligence in power systems. As per Economic Survey for financial year 2025-26, the GDP growth of India is expected to be between 6.3% to 6.8%, and Moody has just recently reduced it to 6.4% because of the tariffs imposed by President of America, Mr. Trump. So as India continues to grow as a global economic powerhouse, meeting its energy demands is paramount. We have an installed capacity of around about 467 gigawatt, and peak demand in 2032 will rise to most probably 366 gigawatt, and for this, ensuring the reliability and efficiency of power plants is paramount, as just said by Subrata Mandal Saab also. We know the power plant's major equipments are boilers, turbines, generators, transformers. Traditional maintenance approaches have led to major force outages. So for this, AI-driven predictive maintenance is revolutionizing the domain, which uses machine learning, IoT sensors, and big data analytics. Since I represent NTPC over here, AI-based applications such as Jyoti chatbots, BTL monitoring systems, structural health monitoring systems from drone have already been implemented. Now, just recently, we have heard of DeepSeek large language models. Before this, there was OpenAI. Using these large language models, we can create a knowledge store for our young engineers, thus letting them know about our policies, letting them know about various QAs and other things. As AI continues to evolve, its role in power generation will expand, ensuring efficient energy management, fault detection, and smart grid optimization. By integrating AI-driven predictive maintenance, we are not just preventing failures, we are shaping a more reliable and intelligent energy future, and hence let us celebrate AI. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we'd like to invite here the Professor of Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Delhi, and ex-director of IIT Jodhpur, the ex-director of CSIR, Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary, sir. Could we have Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary, sir, on stage to say a few words?
Namaskar, Shubho Shakal. This gives me great pleasure for me and an honor to get invited to this August gathering and speaking in a confluence of intelligentsia who are really looking into use of AI in the context of power production, power distribution, and power system as a whole. If you look at AI is something to be celebrated, true, because AI has reached a state where it is getting integrated into every aspects of our life, including possibly every aspects of the technology. And it's important to look at that the way we are looking at predictive maintenance, we're looking at labor force management, we're looking at optimization of the power production in terms of various parameters and conditions. AI is a very powerful tool, no doubt. But also something to be kept in mind is that AI can also fail. AI also has questions of reliability. It's a time to celebrate, but not to forget the challenges of AI, the problems of AI. And that's actually is getting manifested also in various contexts as well. And I think one very important and interesting thing which is coming up, which I hope will be discussed in terms of subsequent discussions, is the use of digital twin and use of AI with digital twin in terms of increasing reliability of all of these operations. Thanks again, but I'm really grateful and impressed with the Engineers Welfare Forum's activities, as well as I think the performance of West Bengal Power Development Corporation. I think it's stellar, it's exceptional, and that really makes me proud because I belong to this state. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I'd like to request to please stay back here for a few moments because we're going to have a very, very special moment. This 13th National Seminar. Today, we are going to unveil, rather, we are going to formally release the 13th volume of Power Gen Next Annual Technical Journal of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, year 24-25. Well, you can see Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary is already here on stage, and with him I would like to request Sri Shubroto Mondal sir, Dr. Kingshuk Banerjee sir, Sri Dev Kumar Gupta sir, Sri S.J. Lahiri sir, Sri R.G. Sullivan sir to please come up here on stage and join the lovely moment. Could we have all of you on stage, please? Along with them, I would like to request the Chairman of Engineers Welfare Forum, WBPDCL, Engineer Prashant Sena sir, the Vice Chairman of Engineers Welfare Forum, WBPDCL, Engineer Shumon Shorkar sir, the Secretary of Engineers Welfare Forum, WBPDCL, Engineer Shomen Das sir, and I would like to invite ED Project, WBPDCL, Sri Shomit Chandra Roy sir. Along with him, I would like to request General Manager HR WBPDCL Sri Dhruvo Dasgupta sir to please join the lovely moment. They're a very special moment because the work they have done in the year 2024-25, they are going to release the journals, the annual technical journal of Engineers Welfare Forum, the Power Gen Next Volume 13. And with the countdown, would like to request all of you to unveil the journal on stage. So are we all set? Ready? 3, 2, 1, and a huge round of applause. Let's unveil the formal release of Annual Technical Journal of Engineers Welfare Forum Volume 13, Power Gen Next. It's a very, very special moment for all the people out here associated with Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL. The incredible work they have done the last session is going to be there in the journal, and the special moment. Once again, could we have a huge round of applause for the special moment, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Well, now we are going to start with a technical session 1. It's going to be a very, very wonderful session. We're going to learn a lot of things. The esteemed guests are going to share their experience, and definitely it's going to help you all, help us all for upliftment, for the betterment of our power sectors. We're going to start with technical session 1. Well, first technical session will be presented by our wonderful person. He did his BTech in the year 1984 in Electronics and Electrical Communication Engineering and PhD in 1989 in Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Kharagpur, India. Presently, he is a professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Delhi. He had been director in IIT Jodhpur and director CSIR, Central Electronics Research Institute. He was also Dean Undergraduate Studies at IIT Delhi. He held a number of chair professor positions at IIT Delhi. He was awarded with INSA Medal for Young Scientist in 1993. He is a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineers, INAE, the National Academy of Sciences, NASI, and National Association of Pattern Recognition. He is also a recipient of Distinguished Alumni Award of IIT Kharagpur. He has over 350 publications in reputed journals and conferences and 15 patents with technologies commercialized by global industries. His areas of interest are artificial intelligence, computer vision, AR, VR, and multi-sensory media. So, ladies and gentlemen, going to start with our first technical session with none other than Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary. Give a huge round of applause and let's welcome Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary on the podium.
Good morning. I hope I'm audible at the back. Yeah. So I shall talk about a very generic overview of AI and not really addressing the concerns and the problems of power systems per se, because I thought that it's important for all of us to get an idea of the overall canvas of AI. Because even when we do research, we look at a very narrow window in which we are focused on. So I've chosen the topic, the state of the art of AI and its advancements. I shall try to go through it very quickly to give an overview. And this is my organization of the talk. So if you see, this is definition of artificial intelligence, if you look at in a formal sense. So AI has all the characteristics of general purpose technology. I think this is something very, very important. Therefore, it can be used in a variety of fields. And if you see today, there is no field which is not getting affected by AI. Even yesterday, I was in a seminar in Delhi, which was organized by Humanities Department, who were talking about AI in the space of humanities and how it is impacting. So there is no area of human learning which is not getting impacted. And if you see today that as we have talked about even applications, computer vision, natural language processing, and machine learning and expert system, robotic systems, these are all actually is part of our usage in various industrial problems. So let's look into this evolution in such. If you go back to the starting point of AI, and in fact, when AI was also coming up, even during our possibly undergrad days, it was problem solving where the AI was focusing on. Even today it's focusing on problem solving. And that time there was this concept of state space, and my problem solving is actually search in that state space, because problem solving means what? Conditions of choice of parameters and conditions to enable the system to do a task. And I have to search in that space to get an optimal solution to make the system task in a proper way. Therefore, it is kind of a searching for solution. Even today also we are searching for solution. Even what we are doing in AI is fundamentally problem solving and a goal-directed search. Goal-directed search is giving rise to different techniques and technologies that we use. So classically, this is an example of a goal-directed search where these are all states, and we have to actually rearrange the numbers, and I can do a search in that space of states. And even when we do machine learning, we also search in this space of parameters. Parameters are continuous, so my search space becomes now a differentiable problem, not in this case when it is purely symbolic. If you see that first the AI came in with games, with chess, and if you see that the AlphaGo, that was also a landmark event, these are all actually based on classical state space search. And today's even games, which our kids play, or we also sometimes play, definitely the younger colleagues must have played that in a live. And these NPCs, not core characters, okay, they are all actually respond with AI and AI built into them. So now all of this involves actually planning and action. And what AI's original vision was that there will be actors which will take action and which we have to implement. So therefore, if you see, the abstracted vision of AI is, if you look into this, that there's an actor does planning, and on the basis of planning, it acts, and therefore plan generates acting, and acting is actually generates query, and it receives input from other actors, which may be visual sensors, this can be other objectives, messages, and it executes. Therefore, the percepts are coming from the signals, and commands are going and changing the external world. And this is the communication thing, because interface with the other systems which would like to use the actor for a purpose. Now, when we talk about machine learning, we talk about today's machine learning based systems, etc., we tend to forget about this model of actor. But today we are coming back to there, because actors actually are instrumental to address any of the engineering problems. So today, see, this is an example. You can look at this site that where the entire supply chain is being managed by an actor and actor-based implementations. So everybody talks about machine learning. So evolution of machine learning models, if you see number of models which has come through, and today everybody talks about deep learning models, and it started and made huge impact with convolutional neural networks, and ImageNet has been the perfect example where it could recognize a large number of objects. Before that, no other system could do it. And there is recurrent networks, but today's state of the art is not this deep learning. I think this is also something very, very important we should be clear about. And in fact, there has been also a huge change in the way the learning happens. We used to talk about, I shall come to the other, the issues that different training techniques which are used. See, we classically talked about supervised, unsupervised, but today there has been much extension into it and we see what can be done. Now therefore with AI growth, the AI umbrella that I'm talking about is actually, if you see computer vision, today we have talked about computer vision being used in asset management, and there are a number of various areas in terms of grid, even power line protection, even that I think IIT Kanpur professor will talk about that whole inspection system, and the other sensory perceptions, all of these, including robotics, virtual reality, and all of this together, when you talk about Industry 4.0, a completely automated production line, even for power. But if you see today, we are coming back from 4.0 to 5.0, where we are not just using only AI or robo, but we are also recognizing presence of human in the whole pipeline. And this is something also very, very critical for us in a country like India, where we really have the human resource, and how AI can help exploit the human resource more productively and more profitably. That's also the challenge for all of us. So let's go back to machine learning that we was talking about, and classical machine learning uses what is called discriminative model. All predictive maintenance that we talk about uses predictions, even in terms of audit. When we talk about finding out anomalies in the audit, these are all based on, many of those are based on what is called discriminative learning, where we know what is one class distinct from the other class. And the prediction is actually, given the data, can we predict to which class it would belong to, maybe today, or maybe in future, if you take explicitly the time into account. So that's the classical discriminative model, and convolutional networks, deep reinforcement learning, recurrent networks, all are examples of these discriminative models. What is reinforcement learning? There are two different things that we should talk about: supervised learning and reinforcement learning in that terms. So this is first is supervised learning. We know supervised learning, I know what fault to be detected. If I know what fault to be detected, I can train a system to detect that fault. That's a supervised learning. And that's actually a discriminative model, because it does this separation between faulty elements and unfaulty elements, non-faulty elements. But here we shall come back to this when we talk about reinforcement learning. In reinforcement learning, I do not know what is correct or wrong. Look at a child. If there is a candle with a light, a child gets attracted to it. It moves towards that. But when the child comes closer to the flame, realizes it's painful. Okay? The pain prevents the child from coming back and trying to do that task. So it's a reward come penalty. He was trying to do something and got a penalty, as not coming back. So I do not know the exact class level, but I know the reward penalty difference. Okay? So unsupervised learning is, I do not know the levels, but I know I have the data. I need to differentiate the data between the classes. So therefore, if we talk about the data, these are actually, I want to see that what is the lower dimension, because I have huge volume of data. If I actually make a measurement at a given point of time, all the parameters of a power system operations, it may have more than 500 parameters. But if I want to do some kind of an analysis, we need not work with 500 parameters. We need to go down to a lower dimension. In fact, unsupervised learning is one way to bring down things to a lower dimension, and autoencoders, etc., that we talk about today is this. But what is very, very critical is that unsupervised learning is also, if you see, can estimate underlying probability density of something which is there. So now go back to this diagram. If I know how to distinguish between these two groups, I actually know the probability distribution with which these two data sets are distributed. And when I use supervised learning, since I have the labeled samples, I do understand or infer the distributions. The interesting feature is I do not know the form of the distribution. I do not know whether it's Gaussian. I do not know whether it is any of the other forms, but I know functionally I have a model of the distribution. But when it is unsupervised learning, I also can infer the distribution because I've got the data, and just by looking at the nature of the data, I can discover the distribution. So therefore, this leads us to an area what is called generative AI. And everybody is today, the large language models, etc., that we talk about are examples of generative AI. So when you discriminate, I know the two classes of data belong to two different classes, and I have learned the class boundary. What is generative AI? Using unsupervised learning in principle, I learn the distribution of given data. See, if I pick up pictures of Da Vinci, okay, paintings of Da Vinci, or some artists for that matter, I pick up the pictures, the paintings. And the paintings, if I just do our unsupervised learning with the paintings, the pixel colors or the other features of those paintings actually give rise to a distribution which represent the style of that artist. Now, AI provides a mechanism to generate a sample from that distribution. And that's exactly your generative AI. So you see today, so many fake paintings are there on the net. Okay, because with the data that is available already, I have generated the distribution. Then I've got the tool and tricks to pick those things up and create new examples. And that's the science of fake in that way. But also that has an advantage of as you do the natural language processing and query answering on your large language models. But to go to the large language models, what has importantly has happened is we have come across a new model which is called transformers. Transformers are substantial advancements over the deep learning models like your CNNs, RNNs, etc. In fact, it's a distinct improvement upon a form of RNN which is called LSTM. So essentially we come to transformers. So transformers therefore transform a set of input to some representation state into corresponding set of data vectors in some other new space. That means one space to another space. So if you look at in a very intuitively, I can go from say text to image. Okay, and now transformers can enable that thing to happen. Okay, that's why it's actually much more advanced compared to your deep learning techniques that we talk about. And it uses another very interesting thing which is called attention. That concept was not there earlier at all. We talk about attention. When we are looking at a picture or we are looking at anywhere, you are giving attention to some words. I have used this color to draw your attention. So that is enabling you to interpret the thing with your focus on that sentence. Now, can I do that? Because that's an element or exposition of your intelligence to know where and how to put attention. Can I build that into machine learning systems? That was a major innovation which happened around 2017-18, which is called attentional models. And transformers with attentional models have changed today the space of AI. It is completely different today. And it can therefore, if you see that using that. This is called LLM era. And what is happening in LLM era? Don't get into the boxes, but what is interesting is I learn representation. Okay? So if you see an input, if I give enough of English sentences, I would learn the syntax, grammar, and semantics of English text. And this is what? This is a decoder. What is the significance of decoder? Decoder also have input. Decoder is actually the generator. And given English, I actually do the, I know how to, what is English, how to interpret, create a computer model for English and English generation. But in the decoder, if I give input French and have an attentional, cross-attentional model between English and French learned using encoder, decoder together, then I get an automatic translator. So it is not just I am learning something, I am learning to produce something given the external input. This is the power of AI today. It's not that I am able to discriminate. I am able to say this fault, this is a fault and not correctly it's working. But I have also the ability to generate what could be the other faults as well. I think that's actually the whole challenge that this generative AI is meeting and transforming all our perceptions and the ways we deal with this problem of predictive maintenance, reliability analysis, etc., etc. So this also brings in another very interesting new model of learning, which is called self-supervised learning. In fact, we talk about labeled data. We actually, at one point of time, there was an industry in India where people with very low level of educations were appointed for labeling data and providing that labeled data to many of these multinationals for building their learning models. But today with self-supervised learning, that labeling itself requirement has disappeared. So the whole modality of learning has actually changed. And that was brought in by this what is called masked span prediction. That it's something like that, I want to know how a sentence is formed. So I just mask a part of the sentence and then try to predict that part from the part of the sentence which is before that phrase and after that phrase. And based on predictions on both the sides, I learn what should be really the sentence. So I don't need any labeling at all. By doing just masking, I learn, and that's how all of these these LLMs have learned the data. Because it is impossible, you can realize that I cannot have labeled data over the entire internet domain. It cannot be labeled. It's only partially labeled, it's only self-supervised. So therefore, it is also task. I can train for multiple tasks one system. Today's, if you see, look at your classical supervised learning model, it is a learning only one task, but I can learn multiple tasks. And that's exactly what is interesting. And if you see, it says that every task, including translation, question answering, etc., can be learned by specifying the task itself in natural language. And this is, and once we know this is again, it's a LLM inference prompting. I think all of us know what is prompting based task, because once I know for a set of tasks, then I can ask the LLM to do a task by giving a query. And I can train LLM with given set of query to provide answer to me. So OpenAI has done the model, but I need not have that model per se. That model can be running on internet, but I can train that model for my purpose. But in that process, what is happening? You have to also realize that your queries, your requirements, the data you are putting for generating some output is also becoming property of OpenAI. This is also a very important challenge in terms of our data protection. That is, by using LLM online for a task, we also at the same time risking our data to be leaked globally and for other players. In fact, this is also a very interesting thing which goes up in terms of generating the data for that purpose. See, reinforcement learning in this case is actually, if you see, can be used for improving these LLMs. Because you actually provide the input you are becoming the source for learning because you are telling whether it's correct or wrong. And that's how the LLMs and others are picking up and learning. And then what is coming today is multimodal, because if you see, LLMs first of all do make errors, do make hallucinations. Okay, why? I shall just come to that point why, but it's also important that LLMs don't know that red is a color and what is the semantics of red as a color. Because red is a word, it just knows the word. The semantics of red for us is because we have eyes. Visually we know what is red and we can associate red with the concept of the word red. So until and unless I have the grounding, none of the semantic analysis is valid. This is the biggest challenge of today's LLMs, and that's why people are moving into multimodal LLMs, where actually use language as a basis, but on the basis of the language, you try to interpret other mediums, and together actually make things much more reliable. In fact, there has been a number of problems. In fact, if you see today, your radar signal processing is happening through a kind of multimodal systems. Then comes, we are going back to the actor. I started with actor. Today's state-of-the-art AI, we talk about agentic AI. The agents, so all these algorithms put together can give me agents. Agents can perceive, reason, act, and learn. So it can perceive, if it's using vision, it can perceive while you're talking to it, and based on that, it can act and produce results. So if you see today, the movement of AI, where it has gone. If you look at, we were here, process automation. From there we have supervised AI ML, generative AI, and this is what is agentic AI. If you see, this is the old picture that starts with of an actor being deployed for tasks to be solved. And this is an example. Using this high-level language at the core, this is the agent response. So it could be, you see that Amazon, your interaction and Amazon can be completely captured by an agent. You don't need to search or do anything. You just say that I want to buy a shoe. Based on your history of what you have bought in the past, it will search on the internet, look for the size, look for the match, make some conclusions and give it to you until the shoes is arriving next week. So it is acting. See, learning was not really acting. Acting part was with the human being. When we are getting into agentic model, AI is also acting. But when AI starts acting, and if AI fails, there is a huge challenge. The issue is that, what is today's AI? AI is essentially correlation. We are learning correlation between input and output in whatever way. Even if you see you're getting a distribution, from that distribution picking up samples, these are all basis of correlations. Okay? So if you see that a correlation is sales and shaved heads showing similar curve, if I took a correlation coefficient, it would be highly matching the two. But is it correct? We found the correlation in the data. Everyone take a razor. You cannot take such a decision. Okay? So therefore it shows that correlation can lead to absurd results. Okay? And if you see here, this is the foundational principles. Actually, if you see, we work with primarily physics is causation. We work with causal mechanism. That is, T implies Y. Given T, Y is always true. It's logic. And all your physics principles or theorems that we prove, that's as per the causality. But when there is correlations, I have given two examples, what is called confounding. Confounders, something like this one, if I look at X, X implies T and X implies Y, if I now say that T and Y are correlated, I am ignoring the confounder which is X. And therefore, there may be absurd correlations, because if the confounder is not known, that X is not known, and X is something else. Similarly, if we look into this sample selection basis, because the spurious is a correlation, if it is T and Y is related, conditional to S. If S is not true, then this correlation is spurious. Is it clear? But when we actually look at data per se and try to do this correlation, we are violating the causal principles. Since we are violating the causal principles, that what we say that LLMs are hallucinating. Why it's hallucinating? Because they are constructing stories based on association. Even actually your LLM can produce a statement like Shantanu Chaudhary is director of IIT Delhi. Because in my whole CV, there is IIT Delhi, there is director. And there is a correlation, but there is a what is confounding factors. Those confounding factors are not explicitly modeled in that kind of correlation which LLMs are generating. Although today there are attempts and tricks and techniques to use it, but this is something we should be very, very careful with. So most ML methods are therefore can even fool us and is a problem. So if you see now applications, and you have already stated all of these: fault diagnosis, fault prediction, performance monitoring, intelligent control, design and synthesis. But for all of these, I think we have to look at robust technology. Technologies are today there, but robust because there are data drifts. I do not always know the explainability, therefore the trustability is a question, and domain and context is also important. And this actually what I stated in the first time when I talked about, there has to be human in the loop. Today the whole focus is shifting towards human-centered AI, not AI by replacing human. I think this is also from an Indian context is extremely important, and that gives us an opportunity for invention, innovation, and new generation of product development. So this can be in healthcare, this can be cars, maybe drones and other things. So therefore these ethical issues, that fairness, then transparency, all of these are extremely important, and that you can ensure possibly if you have human in a loop and you design in a human-centered fashion. Because otherwise there is unreliability, there can be actually, we have found that there are examples of how these AI decisions are biased against women, biased against income, biased against skin colors. Because that bias is in our data itself. Okay, if you see in this audience, if all are engineers, then very few are women here present. So if there is a statement that women are not engineers, AI will actually support that statement because numerically that's what is true. And that is something which is very, very dangerous. And that's because, again, correlation and not causation. And therefore this trustability and other things we built into with a stronger AI model and possibly today with human in the loop. And today what are coming up, one is quantum computing and AI. India started a quantum mission, and this is possibly the next generation of AI. And edge computing is, AI is coming down to chips at a smaller level elements, which is there everywhere. Your seat, your car has got about 100 processors, and AI is associated with almost each and every processor in some sense, in some function on the automobile that you drive. And long term is AGI development and societal adaptation to AI. Societal adaptation involves preparing the workforce and AI-driven economy, addressing ethical concerns, and creating regulatory frameworks to ensure benefits all sections of society while mitigating risks. I think this is what something our younger generation should be concerned with, and when we make policy and policy makers at an institutional level, at a commercial organization level, these are the points which are very, very important and critical to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's AI, artificial intelligence. But right now, as a very small message to all of you, an information rather, not a message, an information rather. I hope you have got a questionnaire with you all. Yes or no? I can hear you. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. So this is going to be a very special moment for you all. Well, there you have got the question in the 5 questions from NEED, where you have got 4 options in each question. You just tick the right answer, and we are going to tabulate the answers, and whoever giving all the right answers, those who will be giving all the right answers, they will be getting some lovely prizes from NEED. So this is going to be a very special moment for you all. You have to submit the paper. We have got a NEED zone there. We have got a NEED zone there. So you have to just tick the correct answer and keep it with you all. And while you are having the break, we are having the lunch session. You please go to the NEED zone and submit the paper over there. From there, they will be having the tabulation, and after that, they will declare the winner's name. They will be getting some lovely prizes from NEED. Okay, and side by side we have got another partner with us, Wipro, and from Wipro they have got a very small message for you all, and for that I'll request one person from Wipro to please come up here on the podium and deliver the message, convey the message on behalf of Wipro.
Good afternoon everyone, myself Shoumendu Bhattacharjee. So currently I am leading the technical design and specification part for Eastern region from Wipro Lighting. So actually, as per my background, I am a illumination engineer, and I am doing these things from last 9 to 10 years for the design and all the solution providing everything. So a small thing to share with you all that we have showcased our product portfolio here, and I request you to go and meet there with our persons, so we can just elaborate something here also, and we are also having a plan to go at your own plant at site, so we can have a detailed discussion over our product portfolio, because as per Wipro concept, we are already doing all the manufacturing concept regarding the new efficient solution, and also considering the automation part, so which is a very important part for our plant perspective. So I welcome you everyone in our stall. Thank you so much for giving us a chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, definitely visit Wipro Zone. Wipro is one of our partner with us here. And definitely fill up the questionnaire that you have got and submit the questionnaire during the lunch break in the NEED zone, and we will be giving all the right answers. They will be getting lovely prizes or small prizes from NEED. Well, Filhal, we'd like to move forward with the technical session. The next speaker, not speaker, the speakers who will be coming here. Let's introduce the 2 speakers separately, individually. First, would like to invite a person who is specialist in the development and deployment of artificial intelligence system. Prior to the current role, he was a partner in IBM services, where he led the delivery of cognitive business decision support (CBDS) services worldwide. A computer science graduate by training, he earned his doctorate in engineering management from George Washington University, USA. He has been certified by Cornell and Harvard University in executive leadership and change management. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request, please put your hands together and let's welcome Dr. Kingshuk Banerjee on stage. Good round of applause, and let's welcome Kingshuk Banerjee on stage. The claps are coming with the 28% GSA. Sounds very bad. Come on, put your hands together. Sounds good.
So thank you very much again. Thanks. Can you hear, right? Thank you very much again for having me here. It's an honor and privilege to be speaking to this esteemed audience. 2 things. First of all, I have shared my slide with the organizers half an hour before Dr. Chaudhary presented the beautiful thing. So there is a lot of things in common. Please don't think that I am copying from him, because his was a wonderful speech. I learned so much there. There is so much of material in common. We will just touch upon the practical aspects, the AI standpoint. And thank you, Dr. Chaudhary, again for the wonderful word of caution that yes, we should celebrate AI, but there are a few things we have to be also careful about. It's a fantastic learning. Yeah. This is okay. If you have a lapel mic, that would be good. Hello. You can hear me, right? Okay. Okay. Is this okay? All right. So, so very quickly, and I have with me Vinod Kumar. He is the head of energy. Vinod, can you come on the stage, please? So we have half an hour, 15-20 minutes. We'll talk about AI. Then we will go through a very specific use case, a couple of use cases actually that we have been working on, and some of the interesting things here. So very quickly, the agenda out here. So here is Vinod Kumar. Yes, a round of applause for him, please. So thank you again. So let's get into the thing. So artificial intelligence, technology, techniques, and trends. I will lightly touch upon it. It's such a vast subject, and we already heard some of the very key concepts. But I will try to share some of the way we look at it, at transformer architecture and the generative AI and stuff like that. Very quickly, you see, last afternoon when I was preparing these slides, what I did was, you heard about Vision LLM. So I went to ChatGPT and said, can you generate me a power plant in the context, in the Indian context? What are the key things? Can you share with me what would be the blueprint? And this is what it came up with. Now, I am not an electrical engineer. I am not a power system specialist. But I can tell you one thing. Some of the things, the way it captures the universe of knowledge and it tries to present to you, it amazes me. It's very impressive. Of course, there are problems. One of the big problems, hallucination. We'll talk about that in a minute. But the big thing about this generative AI, the general artificial intelligence, AGI, they were calling about it in Davos just a few weeks back, big time. It's really transformative. Now, let's get into, so you can take a look at this slide and see like what are the really, it's doing something useful, but let's get into a computation. Now here, this is an important slide. Now when I say old world and a new world, it does not mean that old is bad and actually they are truly, truly old. But the interesting things that we are seeing in the world that we were living in, it was more human-centric, thought-intensive. The world that is coming up, it's more computation-intensive. Now, do we need a human in the loop today? Absolutely yes. No question about it. Because many of these AI systems on their own, you cannot fully trust them. But the work is going on here in Hitachi R&D, in my previous organization IBM, every day on the floor. How can we go and make it more bias-free, more ethical, more accurate? And this has been a journey I'm seeing right from 2009, 2010, when AI was coming back, and those days IBM Watson was taking a big lead worldwide. So I used to sell wealth management solutions to the banks, some of the predictive maintenance solutions that you heard about today for the manufacturing companies, insurance companies, the car. You take the picture of the car, and then how do you, there is a bright sunlight shining on the metal of the car. How do you take that effect off and try to understand what damage has been done to the car? And based on that, you come up with an automated estimate right then and there where the accident happened. There was a company here called Tokyo Marine, very famous company. They're headquartered in Ifko Chowk in Delhi. And in 2012-13, we have been working with them on such kind of things. However, something is changing. Something has changed big time. And one of the key watershed moments of that change is a wonderful paper in 2017 by a gentleman, Ashish Vaswani and the group from Google. And that's the basis of the transformer architecture that Dr. Chaudhary was so nicely presenting, and we will talk about that. So some of the things that we were doing between 2009 and 2016-17, a lot of them were, of course, a lot on the natural language processing side, but analytics, clustering, segmentation, K-means clustering, those were the things that were very, very popular at that time. We'll go to a large marketing agency like AC Nielsen and all, and suddenly we'll say Dun and Humby. They will give us a whole bunch of data, and our first thing was, how can you segment the data, micro segments, and you can offer promotions. And the kind of techniques those days, many techniques, like in case of credit card analytics and all, shade analysis, cart analysis, CR5, clustering, segmentation, those were the things we were doing those days. In 2017, 18, 19 onwards, it is more and more we are seeing the two things. You heard about discriminative AI, and now it is more and more of generative AI. Now, when I say again the old world and the new world, old world can again be new, right? I mean, you know, everything changes, including the fashion world, our societal changes, almost everything is repetitive, though probably in a spiral, not really in a circular motion. Now, if you look, the world that we have been living between 1985, 90s, 2000, a lot of them were rules driven. You have certain rules and credit card, or for example, for your banking transaction, you take 10 rupees and you debit 10 rupees. It's a very, very deterministic computing. And deterministic computing is still very important. There are many mission critical operations like nuclear power plants, 3 Mile Island. There, you just cannot go and come up with another probabilistic model like the way we are doing in AI today. Because if you do so, you have to have basically 100%, otherwise people will die. So deterministic things still very important, but more and more we are seeing probabilistic things. Google search is a wonderful example. Friday evening you are going out, you look for a Chinese restaurant nearby, and whatever Chinese restaurant you come up with, the top 3 probably is one of the things that satisfies your case. It does not have to be right on the spot, that 10 rupees plus minus, not 9.999 or 10.111, and you are happy with that. Why is this probabilistic world so popular today? And it is not so popular, it's gaining prominence because of 2 reasons, and we'll talk about that. One is, of course, the computation has become cheaper, and there is so much amount of data out there world, and you don't have time to go through and create rules out of all of them. But if you have a scalable AI model running somewhere and you tell me something with a reasonably good amount of accuracy, probably I am happy. And of course, this is not a world where we can live in all the time, but majority of the times this probabilistic world is winning over. Second, if you look at classical statistics, when we used to have an hypothesis, and this is still very important in pharmaceutical world today, you go to pharmaceuticals, you go with a hypothesis that this drug is really good. It cures your headache or it cures your disease. There, still they have a hypothesis, they test the hypothesis, all kind of thing, t-test, chi-square and all that thing, and you come up with an answer. Okay, hypothesis rejected, 95% confidence interval. It is not going to work. The drug has no effect. But if you look at many other operations in this thing, the rules are being discovered. The rules are, so first of all, the hypothesis itself, you don't have any. The hypothesis is being formed, updated. This is more like data telling you something which you did not. Let me give you a fantastic example. There is a wind turbine. We have been working off the coast of UK, as well as later in Gujarat. Out here, the wind turbines were there, and it's a common operations. We, Hitachi R&D, we have been cooperating with Hitachi Europe. We have been working on a model, and they told us a physics-informed neural network model, and mainly driven by the physics laws, that if this is how the blades and all these things, the yaw, the pitch and all, this is going to happen, it will generate the maximum output. When we took that data from the ground and started developing a data-driven model, it started confronting some of the basic ideas of physics. So now we are seeing something. Obviously, the physics laws are not bad. They have been for 300, 400 years. People have been working on maths, stats, calculus, all that thing, and it's for real. You just cannot go and say no. It's still important. You know it. Yet, when in that objective condition, when we start getting the data, we start that some of those rules and formulas are not exactly how it works out. So how do you go and do the conciliation between the data-driven world and the physics world? And that's where some of the important papers in Hitachi, you can easily look it up in Google Patents, PIN, Physics from Hitachi Energy, which is our power and distribution unit, the erstwhile ABB. That's what we have been working with. So it's very interesting, the rules-driven world versus rules-discovered world. Rules discovered by the data and not always by humans, trying to estimate the parameters. The machine is trying to tell you what the parameters are. That's a very interesting thing. So if you see this picture out here, the line of regression, you see, if you try to go and come up with all the coefficients of regression, whether it's a straight line or whether it's exponential and all, it does not tell you always the right story, the accurate story. Very often it is a squiggly line. It was there in Dr. Chaudhary's presentation. There was a line like this. How do you go and achieve such non-linearity? And this is where the neural networks are very, very powerful, because they have billions of parameters between the input and the output, which means you have billions of levers. You can take this up, bring the weight down, add some bias. You can do all kinds of things, billion different combinations, trillions of combinations, right? Billion parameters, billion into billion. You do the math, the order. And with that many possibilities now, your ability to achieve the squiggly line, exactly taking the blue one out here, but dipping down, taking the red out, that kind of segmentation, now neural network does. What is the problem then? The problem is, of course, neural networks and all these things, deep learning, they are usually much more accurate. We have seen that. But you cannot explain it to always. You cannot go and explain it to somebody who is investing in their wealth management fund or pension fund, their entire life savings to something, and you cannot explain them because you say, oh, my neural network model, billion parameters told me that. No, 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 no. They want to hear something very simple. Is this fund giving me return for last 3 years as high as, is this fund being run by people who really understand it? Same thing with pharmaceuticals. People want to say, you have done 10 experiments, say it has 3 people, what are the adverse reactions, and a lot of things they will ask. So you have got to explain what this machine learning neural network thinks. This is called a very interesting area called explainable AI. How can you explain it in terms of human understanding? Some few parameters that humans can absorb. Humans cannot absorb all those nameless, meaningless billion parameters out there. So this is the interesting aspect of neural network. So if you look, it is not about estimation. Here also we do estimation of parameters, but the machine is doing it in the new world, and it's a much larger number of parameters. And there are all kinds of algorithms, backpropagation and all that technique that we do. Now, what does that mean? And of course, this is a more Bayesian world. You take a first of all, you may not have any hypothesis, and even if you have a hypothesis, you are having the data update your hypothesis real time. If you look at reinforcement learning, at the end of the day, reinforcement learning is either giving you a reward or a penalty, because of which you are going down that path or this path. So every time you are iterating, you are, that's why in a company like Hitachi, we are saying that let us do fail fast. Let us do something, fail quickly, understand from it, and from the iteration we move forward. As opposed to doing it the very right, correct, the meticulous Japanese way we have always been doing our business for last 100 years. That's very good, but that's waterfall approach. By the time you go and you do it, all the technology has moved on. So this is a very interesting thought. So you see, I told you about so many levers that you have between the new world, that blue picture you see, the input and the output. Between the two worlds, there are so many parameters, and this discretization of the problem into small little fragments, which are all configurable and configured by the machine. That's exactly what the new world deep learning is. Now, if I look at some of the interesting things, you have this whole world of AI, and then you have the machine learning world, then you have the deep learning world, and now one big problem of deep learning is the problem of grounding that Dr. Chaudhary was saying, that it doesn't understand what really red means. It knows red by association. Now, there are two schools of thought. There are two things in deep learning, by the way. If you go and read up, if you listen to Yvonne Lachun and Jan Lachun and some of these people, you will see that they are really talking about what deep learning today, that is not really reflecting the perception, the real thing that's happening in the world. That grounding is not there. But then there are also people like us who are practicing it every day and trying to make million parameters to billion parameters, billion parameters to trillion parameters, and trying to see what we can achieve with the existing model. Can it become better? But these are active areas of research. Now, two things. You heard about unsupervised learning and supervised. The world moves between the two very interestingly. In 2013, when we were doing k-means clustering and all that thing, we will give all the data to that algorithm and tell, hey, you know what? Go and cluster yourself. Find out who are you naturally akin to, alike with, and accordingly be in that group. Today, then, came the discriminative AI, where people have been annotating and telling, oh, you are cat, you are dog, you are cat, you are dog. And after 10,000 such images, you give an image and says, okay, I have learned from you what is a cat and dog. You taught me. So basically, you have supervised my understanding and learning, and hence, I will be able to tell you the better. So the supervised learning was trumping around 2016, 17, 18. And then this generative AI came. And again, we are going back a little bit to the unsupervised or semi-supervised world, where we will tell you, this is the most interesting thing. This is how we do it. Generative AI, key disruptor. I can't tell you how much of R&D research dollars. Hitachi is a $80 billion company. It is not about air conditioners. We do a lot of stuff. We do bullet trains, Shinkansen in Japan. We do Hitachi Energy, the power transmission, 70-80% of the transmission line here in India. that has got Hitachi footprint there, right? It has got 800 kilovolt transmission line from Raigad to a place in Tamil Nadu, far south, but thousands of miles it is doing all that power transmission. So we do a lot of things. We do space tech, but out of that 880 billion, $4 billion we spend in R&D. And out of that $4 billion, at least $500 million was invested only in understanding generative AI. And this world continues today. So why are we giving so much money? So let's look at it. You heard from Dr. Chaudhary again. It was such a wonderful thing. Attention. It is about, you know, when I used to go to school many years back in South Point and all, there was a badge, there was a symbol that used to say, know thyself, Atmanang Biddhi. So you better know what you have. So in this transformer architecture, if you see out here, from here, the data, the input that is coming, it is doing something amazing. It is looking at, for example, the cat is lying on a mat, the English translation for which the French translation will come out from here. The French will come out from there. And the English sentence will come from here. And in between, while I am training, all the English sentences that go in here and all the French sentences that go in here, somewhere here, it is doing the cross attention. That is basically the cat is lying on the mat and its French equivalent, they are kind of, you know, doing the cross correlation, cross attention, and you are trying cross association, and they are trying to find out and giving a weight to it. Why is this transformer architecture so beautiful? Because you started with a text. It took the text and turned it into numbers. And then you are doing all kinds of numbers jugglery, matrices, and all the connections, seeing, is cat really more similar to mat? Or is it semantically very different? A mat and a cat, though maybe phonetically they are same, but they mean very different things. So let us give them some numbers very much away from each other. So if it is a director IIT Delhi, whether director is here and IIT Delhi is there, if we can go and separate them out, awesome. Then I will come to know that he is not really a director of IIT Delhi. He will be a director of IIT Guwahati. So how can we give the right numbers, the weightage to those words in that context? So once you have given all these numbers and once you have done all the jugglery with numbers, and now from the numbers you are going back to the text. This technique is very, very similar to what we heard while we do electrical engineering, Fourier transform, or for example even the gramophones, when we have when we have the sound and the variation in the wax, the needle, to the depth it goes. It is that variation that matters. It is the variation between the words, how different they are, how close they are, the proximity and all. That's all that we are trying to encode. If we can go and encode it using whatever means, whether it is the wax means, whether it is a carrier wave, you know, on the piggybacking on that, you are taking that variation, or it is transformer architecture, it doesn't matter. All you have to remember how you have encoded, so that when it comes back, you get the transform back from the text to from the numbers back to the text world with the same scheme that you started with. It's awesome. The only thing is, the whole thing that you are doing now is with data. You have data in the form of text, you have data in the form of image, you have data in the form of sound. All this data is being encoded, and then all this jugglery happening, proximity analysis happening, if I may. And there are many interesting, if you forget what was the main thing, you see all these things that are coming out here, these things all coming out here, back again. It is not letting you forget the original context. Again, you are bringing back the original context and reminding that computation engine, by the way, you have forgotten the original thing. Go and bring that back, understand it, remember it a little bit more. And then you do so this jumbling up and this analysis that's the beauty, but it's nothing very earth-shattering, except the fact the guys who came up with it is, and here are some AI applications, and you heard so many times one application. So you see demand supply prediction, network Hitachi Nostradamus tool. Please look up at that one. That's a beautiful tool. Asset management tool, somebody mentioned, you know, Mr. Salwan, very interesting. Plant maintenance is one area where you can start right away today. DeepSeek is there. Alibaba's Cohen is there. You just go and download it, and then you do retraining it, or you do reinforcement learning, fine tune it, you do whatever you want to do. The code is there. All you have got to do is to download the stuff, start working on it, and there are many techniques. There is a retrieval augmented generation up to RAG approach and all. But the main thing is you have in Kolaghat thermal power station, Bakreshwar thermal power station, whole bunch of data. Go and shove it into the large language model and see what kind of results it starts coming out with. You'd be amazed that in 2012-13, with the Woodside Corporation in Australia, we have been doing plant maintenance manual for their engineers. When they will go and get the gas from, you know, the coast of Western Australia, suddenly the plant shut down, and they will take the gas and they didn't know what to do, and they will ask questions in an iPad, pretty much the ChatGPT way. The only thing you realize that this retrieval, you have to make it more and more accurate, more and more situation specific, and the better it gets with all these LLMs and something very important, that is agentic AI. Sometimes you cannot do it all by yourselves by an LLM. You have got to go and take help of optimization agent. You have to take help of you know, a quadratic programming agent, or for example some other agent. You just go and call that, and that will do all its 300 years of science and technology. It's in motion for you. It will go and come up with a more accurate answer, and that answer now you integrate it, and all this integration and calling is being done, orchestrated by something called agentic AI frameworks. There are many out there, and you can try it. Okay, I will very quickly go for 5-10 minutes. Vinod, if you can please share with us some very interesting work that we are doing on microgrid optimization. Here is one of the IITs here, and then with some of the power grid corporations in UK, we are working with. Very quickly, Vinod, if you can take this, and it's an optimization problem. It's an agent problem that is being integrated into LLM using a agentic AI framework problem. So, Vinod, to you.
Thank you very much, Kingshuk, and thank you for giving me a chance here to talk. I'll give you an example. Actually, this is a small example. It's called microgrid, as you can say, but please don't limit yourself from creatively thinking how it can be expanded to the entire grid itself. So here is a case study where, you know, you have 3 cases. So one of is, so let me also say, because we are working with the European context, so there is the price, the tariff changes with the time. So if you have sun at a particular time, you can do a better job at saving it in the storage, the battery storage, and releasing it when the peak load is there or when the price is high. So first problem is all about cost optimization. How do you manage your energy cost by leveraging battery and predicting when the loads would be high or the sunlight would be high. The second is peak shaving, because load is growing so fast. You have data centers, you have EVs in the load side, and it is more stochastic. So how do you manage those peaks effectively using, again, this kind of an arrangement? Third is for more of a generation, renewable generation companies who have to estimate day ahead, and many a times actually they exceed or don't meet the criteria. There are penalties associated. So how you can again use storage and optimization to do this. So on the left, on the right hand side, you can see the very brief kind of diagram. You call a microgrid you differentiate from the grid with a point of common coupling from where you have behind the meter and all these things. So the key element of optimization is the battery energy storage. It could be any other kind of storage for that matter, and there is a forecasting involved. I'll just run you through. By the way, both of these images are also generated by AI. So this is an example of a shopping complex which is acting as a microgrid, and you have EVs, in addition to the other loads coming in at particular time. So there are peaks that you can see. There is a dotted line which is all about the grid limitation, and then you have peaks, and around those peaks you have variability. So that variability is a key point actually. And when you look at in the grid, mega grid scale, so you have a lot of variability in the loads, in the congestion that the grid has. So similarly, the variability normally would give you an opportunity to reduce the cost by procuring energy at a price. But on the other hand, variability at the margins where there is limit, actually it creates another kind of a problem, which is kind of either you have to have a penalty or there is shutdown. So two kind of problems are there. Now there was a lot of talk about the transformer. And you will be amazed to know actually there are traditional ways of forecasting, the load forecasting or EV load forecasting or the renewable forecasting that have come. We have used time series, time and tested, but there are now these evolved. So transformer models, you can look up for time LLMs and things like that. They're doing a fantastic job. The accuracies are much higher, and that is a starting point for us. We use such models, but then nowhere you can reach 100% accuracy, and that is the next point actually. When you cannot reach 100% accuracy because it's a complete stochastic process, you cannot second guess when the EVs are coming in. So you have to manage the errors, and those errors are managed with the kind of optimization called stochastic optimization. So you have multiple, conditions of constraints or multiple objective functions, and you try to solve all of them for various, ranges of error. So that is one, amazing thing actually which has happened. We do it for two settings. We do it for a setting which is more not in the border, that is a stochastic optimization, and we do it also for where it is around the border. There is robust estimation actually. And we have simulated this. We've done these experiments, as Kingshuk mentioned, in European use case. The work is presented in IEEE Big Data 2024. These are some of the interesting results that we have got. You have robust optimization that does a very good job of the x-axis is the violation of peaks, the y-axis is the cost optimization. So, one kind of optimization will do good in terms of violation of the peaks. The other would do a good job in terms of reducing the cost. So this is the summary, but what I would like to end the note is actually energy and power systems. Actually, it is so complex. Microgrid is just a small, if you consider just few EV loads and things like that, you can manage with the traditional physics-based, formulas and the optimized mathematical models. But imagine when it grows up, the number of controllable batteries or generators are so many, and then you would need to get into the deep learning mode and the AI that we spoke about. So please be creative when you're looking up how this can go ahead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. I'll request Vinod sir to please stay back here on stage. Could we have you on stage, please? Vinod sir, I'll request you to please stay back on stage. And to felicitate Mr. Vinod Kumar, I'd like to request Mr. Engineer Shominda, Secretary of Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, to please come up here on stage and felicitate Mr. Vinod Kumar, the General Manager of Hitachi India R&D. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your presentation. And thank you so much, Dr. Kingshuk Banerjee, also for your wonderful presentation. Well, we'll move on to our technical session 1 for our next presentation by a gentleman out here. He has amazed nearly 3 decades of extensive experience in comprehensive field of information technology, working with both private and public sectors. Renowned for his exceptional programming and database skills, he has played a pivotal role in developing a multitude of critical applications for power plants. Moreover, He has showcased remarkable proficiency in AI technologies. Utilizing these skills, he has spearheaded the development of an innovative generative AI-based bot, marking a significant milestone as the first ever bot implemented within NTPC. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to call upon here the next presenter on stage, and he is the General Manager of IT NTPC Limited, Mr. Rajiv Salwan, sir. Could we have a huge round of applause, and let's welcome Mr. Rajiv Salwan, sir, on stage. Mr. Rajiv Salwan, sir, AGM IT NTPC.
Namaskar, sirs. It's honor to be present over here.
I think labels, sir.
No, it's honor to be present over here, or itni energetic presentations by our IIT professor Dr. Chaudhary and Mr. King Show. मेरे को तो डर लग रहा है अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन देने में, क्योंकि इतनी एनर्जेटिक, इतनी एनर्जी, रियली हैट्स ऑफ टू यू। मैं अपने आप को सीमित करूंगा सिर्फ 15 मिनट में, एंड ऑन एआई एंड इट्स एप्लीकेशंस इन पावर सिस्टम्स, स्पेशली हमने एनटीपीसी में क्या किया है। अगर मैं कैटेगराइज करूं एआई को, तो एआई इज ब्रॉडली कैरेक्टराइज्ड एज द स्टडी ऑफ कंप्यूटेशंस दैट अलाउ फॉर परसेप्शन, रीजन एंड एक्शन। या आप इसको इस तरह भी कह सकते हैं कि दीज आर द एल्गोरिदम्स जो कि आपकी इंटेलिजेंस को मिमिक करने की कोशिश करते हैं। Because your intelligence is far, far better than AI. आपने चैट जीपीटी सुना, आपने भी डीप सीक सुना। देखिए, वो सिर्फ हमारे लिए असिस्टेंट्स हैं, आप उन पर डिपेंडेंट मत होइए। कभी आप प्रोग्रामिंग करते हैं या किसी प्रॉब्लम में फंसते हैं, Just ask ChatGPT, give me a solution for it. वो आपको कई बार ऐसे ऐसे solutions देता है कि आप 2 घंटे के बाद कहते हैं यार चुप हो जा, मैं खुद ढूंढ लूं। तो इसलिए don't be dependent on them, right? तो अगर हम AI को categorize करें तो it's perception, reason and action. Now, what is perception? Perception refers to the ability of AI to process and interpret data from the environment, much like human senses. Examples are computer visions, that is recognizing objects in images. Speech recognition, understanding spoken words. And third one is NLP. अगर हम रीजनिंग की बात करें, इट्स द एआई's ability to analyze data, draw conclusions and make decisions based on logic or learned patterns. Examples are predictive analytics and rule-based systems. We call them as expert systems also. Third one is action. This is the AI's ability to perform tasks or interact with the world based on its perception and reasoning. The examples are robotics, virtual assistants, and automated systems. अगर मैं इसकी summary करूं, तो AI is defined as a field that studies how to design computations. That is algorithms. Algorithms is simple programs, instructions to solve a particular problem. That is what is algorithm. Models and systems that enables machines to perceive their surroundings, reason about them, and then take appropriate actions based on the risk. Now, what are the various methodologies? What are the various methods used in the AI? The methodologies are model-based methods, data-driven methods, and statistical-based methods. Now, what are model-based methods? These are the predefined mathematical or logical models that describe the system's behavior. For example, self-driving cars. These are based on your model-based. क्योंकि उसमें आपको point A से point B पर जाना है without colliding. Because उनमें एक predefined equations हैं. That's why we use the model-based methods over there. But what are the limitations? The limitations are model-based methods fail when the environment is too complex or unknown, requiring too many assumptions. Then there are data-driven methods. That is learning from the patterns. AI learns patterns directly from large data sets without relying on predefined models. For this, we have the face recognition, which use the deep learning, neural networks, जो सर लोग ने बहुत अच्छी तरह explain किया. Then we have the statistical based methods, that is using probability and statistics rather than fixed rules or large data sets. The example is treatment of COVID-19 or the models used in predictive analysis. All those are statistical based methods. And these work well with the structured data only, but struggle with complex patterns that require deep learning. Now, what are the cases we have implemented in NTPC? आप सभी को NTPC के बारे में पता होगा. We are a 77 gigawatt company. Our capacity is 77 gigawatt. This is our total NTPC group capacity, out of which and we are planning to have our installed capacity 130 gigawatt by 2032. और जैसे आज मैंने पहले ही बताया कि हमारी जो GDP growth है, that is 6.3 to 6.8 as per the data for financial year 2025-26. उसके लिए देखिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है हमारे लिए पावर प्लांट्स में उनकी हेल्थ इज ऑफ पैरामाउंट इम्पोर्टेंस फॉर अस. एट NTPC हमने अपना पहला बॉट बनाया और उस बॉट को अभी हम एज अ लर्निंग टूल भी यूज कर रहे हैं फॉर आवर न्यू इंजीनियर्स. वी हैव SAP एज ERP. तो जो नए इंजीनियर्स आते हैं उनको सिखाने के लिए हम इसी बॉट को यूज कर रहे हैं. और हमारा कोई भी डाटा नेट पर नहीं जा रहा है. क्यों? क्योंकि वी आर नॉट यूजिंग ओपन AI. वी आर यूजिंग लामा. और लामा को आप अपने इस पर डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं सर्वर्स पर, और उसी के मॉडल से उसी के LLMs को यूज करके देयर आर वेरियस LLMs which are available with your Ollama. तो आप Ollama सर्वर के बहुत से मॉडल्स को डाउनलोड करके आप अपने डॉक्यूमेंट्स को उसको दे सकते हैं. उससे आप अपने डॉक्यूमेंट्स को एज अ वेक्टर इंडेक्सेस क्रिएट करिए और उसके बाद स्टार्ट यूजिंग डूइंग द QA. देखिए, व्हेन वी से यूजिंग द LLMs, उसके लिए सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है, देयर इज अ न्यू टर्म, डॉक्टर चौधरी, डॉक्टर शांतनु सर, दीज पीपल आर मास्टर्स, हम लोग बहुत नए हैं इसमें. द टर्म इज प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियरिंग. बहुत कुछ डिपेंड करता है कि आपने जो मॉडल यूज कर रहे हैं उससे किस तरह का क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं. वी कॉल इट एज प्रॉम्प्ट. तो उसके लिए जरूरी है आपकी जो अंग्रेजी है, जो इंग्लिश है, वो बहुत ही अच्छी सिंटैक्टिकली, सिमेंटिकली, ग्रामर वाइज बहुत ही सही होनी चाहिए. तभी आपको कोई भी मॉडल एग्जैक्ट आंसर करेगा. अदरवाइज आप कभी भी एक्सपेक्ट मत करिए कि आप किसी भी मॉडल से कुछ पूछेंगे और वो आपको सही आंसर देगा. अभी बॉट के बाद हमने रिसेंटली NTPC is using a paperless solution प्रदीप. हमने अपनी जो समरी शीट्स हैं, जो नोट शीट्स हैं, उनकी समरी विच गोज टू द हायर मैनेजमेंट, उसको भी हमने थ्रू AI हमने क्रिएट करना शुरू किया. देन फॉर BTL बॉयलर ट्यूब लीकेजेस, क्योंकि आप देखिए जितनी भी हमारी आउटेजेस हैं उसमें से बॉयलर की आउटेजेस, आप सभी पावर इंजीनियर्स, आई थिंक दोज कंट्रीब्यूट अराउंड अबाउट 60% ऑफ द फोर्स आउटेजेस में आपका बॉयलर आउटेजेस आपकी कंट्रीब्यूट करती है. तो हमने एक सॉफ्टवेयर इंप्लीमेंट किया है फॉर BTL यूजिंग AI, जिसमें कि हम केमिस्ट्री पैरामीटर्स को रीड करते हैं एंड इट हैज अ डैशबोर्ड जो कि बताता रहता है आपको, एंड इट इज यूज्ड इन आवर 2 or 3 प्लांट्स जिसमें कि हमने उसको इंप्लीमेंट किया. स्मादरी इज वन ऑफ देम. देन ड्रोन बेस्ड स्ट्रक्चरल हेल्थ हम देख रहे हैं, बिकॉज NTPC इज इनटू रिन्यूअल्स आल्सो. सोलर पैनल्स की हेल्थ के लिए वी आर यूजिंग इट. फॉर आवर एश डाइट्स की हेल्थ के लिए वी आर यूजिंग द ड्रोन वीडियो एनालिटिक्स ऑन एश डाइट मॉनिटरिंग. हमारा एक अपना न्यू टेक्नोलॉजीज डिपार्टमेंट है विच इज डूइंग ऑल दिस. Then for structural anomaly detection we are using drones. And last is the VRA for our training modules. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was by Mr. Rajiv Salwan, AGM IT NTPC. Well, next, going to invite here on the podium for the presentation. A little brief about the gentleman out here. He joined CESC in July 1983 and retired as Deputy General Manager, Planning in 2022. Presently, he is working as consultant to that company, working in the area of network planning, capital expenditure, budgeting, consulting, and regulatory affairs, etc. Involved in smart grid activities like solar PV, integration, electric vehicle charging, microgrid, battery energy storage system, imparting training and distribution personnel in India and abroad. Published papers and presentations made in various forums like CEA, IEEE, and institutions and business chambers, and many more. So I think you have got who is going to come next on the podium. So ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please put your hands together and let's welcome Mr. Rajiv Das, consultant of CESC, on stage to present the presentation. Could we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Rajiv Das?
এইটা তো স্যার এটা তো ছিল
Good afternoon. Thank you, Engineers Welfare Forum, WBPDCL. We have heard a lot about applications of artificial intelligence in power system. So let me say, what is power system? It involves generation, transmission and distribution. Till date, in most of the cases, we see generation is remotely located bulk power stations, be it thermal, coal or gas, then large hydro stations, nuclear stations. Then those are power is emanating from these stations through long transmission lines, whether it is 132 kV or 220 kV, 400 kV or 765 kV in our country. Then there is distribution system to supply the retail customers, industrial, domestic or commercial customers. However, as per our Electricity Act, though there is nothing such thing that yes, 132 or 220 kV can also be a part of distribution system. What we see in CESC's distribution system. But generally, 33 kV and below is part of distribution system. Now, applications of AI in generation we have heard of. One area which we can think of seriously about fuel management, because you see, for thermal power stations, fuel is the single most cost component. Not only thermal power stations, if we look at the entire power system, that is the single most highest component so far as cost is concerned. Then in transmission, see asset management, there could be vegetation management, could be so many areas. Now in distribution, see there are many challenges, and it is the most challenging area in entire power system chain. So the success of entire power system depends on distribution. You see, money is collected from distribution. Challenges are many. Some of the major challenges is reduction of distribution losses. Throughout the country, this is the biggest threat for distribution business. Then managing cost for power procurement. You see, out of 100% of average tariff that the consumers pay, 70 to 80% goes to power procurement. So, if we want to manage the tariff of retail consumers, then managing power procurement cost is most important. Then providing quality power supply. Quality means less interruptions. Quality means good voltage band, not much distortion. Thank you. Not much distortion. Distortion means less harmonics. We want less harmonics in voltages. And most important is meeting customer expectations, whether it regards to supply or it regards to billing. So these are the challenges, and we understand that artificial intelligence can play a big role to mitigate all such issues. But though I have said about the power flow from big generating stations to distribution through transmission system and ultimately from distribution to consumers, but things are changing quite fast. On your right, you see things are changing. Now, this small scale generation is coming up. Solar is coming up in small scale rapidly. Recently, Government of India has taken up initiative for solar in households. So 1 crore household will be electrified through small solar plants. Pradhan Mantri Surya Ghar Yojana. You see, 1 crore means it's quite a large number. Total capacity, if you see, some gigawatt scale. Then microgrids are coming up. Then EV charging. Maybe in future, not only charging the EV, maybe vehicle to grid. Vehicle will also supply power to the grid. So these probabilities are there. These are not new. In some of the advanced countries, already things are happening. In our countries, it is happening. We are testing. In some part, it is under R&D. In CSC, there are tests about microgrid application, then battery energy storage systems. All we see in near future. Now, there are many applications. One is load forecasting. So, load forecasting is very important for a distribution utility. See, you see, load is uncontrollable. We don't know when consumers will switch on or switch off. Load is uncontrollable. But till that, generation is uncontrollable. Generating stations, they are asked to follow the load. You see, the dispatch center, they put the directions to the generating stations to increase or decrease the load. But nowadays, renewables are coming up in a big way, and majority of such renewables, solar and wind, those are not controllable, uncontrollable, and these are termed as must run station. When sun is there, it will generate. When wind is there, it will generate. Now both sides, generation as well as load, both sides are becoming uncontrollable. We have to have a right prediction for generation, be it solar or wind, as well as load. And applications of AI in this area is a must. Then grid operation optimization, distribution loss in distribution loss control. So AI applications are many. So we can predict or we can assess the patterns. Then predictive maintenance of assets, improved customer services, energy management system, smart grid coming up management, then of course integration, as I say. So these are the areas, primary area, there could be many more. So as I said that RE growth is immense. So solar and wind is coming up heavily. So this is the portion how solar and wind, you see most of the RE is solar and wind, and this is the pattern how solar generates or wind generates. So it is highly unpredictable. Of course in some part of the year during winter, so we can have some good prediction, but otherwise particularly during monsoon season, it's very difficult to predict. Now balancing demand and supply is most important. You see a distribution utility when takes power from the grid, the power, that cost of that power may vary from 0 paisa to 24 rupees depending on condition of market, depending on market as well as frequency of the grid. So if we have right kind of prediction, then we can manage. When power price is low, we can take more power. When power price is high, we can take less power than our schedule. Thereby we can manage cost. So managing this supply and demand is of highest importance for a distribution utility. So predictive in many areas, in switchgear, in vegetation management, in transformers, in distribution transformers or power transformers. Then energy theft through the analysis. You see now we are using more and more smart meters. Earlier we used to take just one reading for small retail consumers. For larger we take another 2 or 3 readings in a month. But now with smart meters we are having every half an hour data, voltage, current, power. You see the large volume of data we are having with smart meters. What to do with smart meters? So we can use AI to analyze this data for the betterment of customer services as well as improving financial results of the company. Workforce management, that is one area we can utilize AI for this purpose. So with smart meter, with workforce management, you see before a consumer complain about interruption, distribution utility can send its personnel to rectify the problem. Then advanced smart meter, it is now again in our country we have a plan for replacing the existing 25 crore smart meter, 250 million crore existing meters with smart meters. Now huge volume of data, all kind of analytics we can do with such meters, and we need big data, thick data, whatever. And also in this control center applications. Now we hear about lot of AI applications like chat grid, then grid GPT, e-grid GPT, and the big laboratories NREL, and so many they are involved. I mean, universities, they are involved in developing such AI applications for power system. Challenges are there, challenges are many. One challenge is of course upfront cost. As I said, smart meter implementation, it is a huge cost. You see, normal vanilla meter, if it takes about say 1,000 rupees, so you see smart meter, it costs anything between 7,000 to 10,000. So cost is an important. If we want to implement the smart metering, then AI, the cost is a big concern. Then availability of skilled force. So in electricity in industry, we don't see much of students from computer science, so having knowledge about AI and all other things, communication, etc. So we need more and more such persons having knowledge about computer applications. Then of course it will enhance operational efficiency, then financial conditions will improve, and we are waiting for more and more applications of this artificial intelligence in electricity distribution system throughout the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll request sir to please stay back on stage, and I'll request Engineer Orindam Shil, CEC Treasurer, Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, to please come up here on stage and felicitate Mr. Rajiv Das in this lovely moment. I request Rajiv Das. A little mistake. Engineer Orindam Ghoshal, CEC Treasurer, Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL, is here to felicitate Mr. Rajiv Das. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for your lovely presentation. But next, we would like to invite our next presenter. Will you coming here on stage? But before that, I'd like to give a short brief about the gentleman out here. He's an electrical engineer profession with 19 years of expertise in EHV, AIS, and GIS substations, assets management, and digital transformation. A key contributor to ISO 55001 certified asset management at Power Grid, recognized for pioneering initiatives in substations maintenance and project executions and industry best practices. He has been awarded as Uttam and Sanskara Award, 6-time recipient for innovations in asset maintenance and emergency restorations, Golden Peacock Award, recognized for digital solutions in asset management, ISO 55001 certification, Power Grid, world's largest transmission utility certified in asset management. So ladies and gentlemen, I request please put your hands together and let's welcome our next presenter on stage, and he is Mr. Ravi Sushant Chaudhary, DGM, Power Grid. Could we have a round of applause and request Mr. Ravi Sushant Chaudhary, DGM, Power Grid, to please come up here on stage to present the presentation.
जनरेट नहीं हो रहा क्या? पेन ड्राइव तो हो गया क्या? Show you? So, very good afternoon to all. Respected speakers, respected audience. Just a small introduction. Myself, Ravi Sushant Chaudhary, and I am from Power Grid Corporation of India. I have 19 years of experience in transmission substation construction as well as asset management. Currently, I am working in a corporate asset management department in a digital initiative wing. So today, my focus will be absolutely on the practical application of AI in the field of power transmission and in a subset of asset management. So I hope it will be interactive, and I think most of the basic concepts of AI have been very diligently covered by my earlier speakers, so I'll not be focusing on that. So just what I'm going to cover in this small session, basically to see that where AI fits in our power system. Okay. I'll be discussing some of the used cases, and as everyone has talked about some challenges, definitely there are so many challenges in application of AI, and what will be the road ahead in our industry as far as AI is concerned. Everybody knows we are using AI in our daily life. I mean, it has become a very, very important part of our lives. Everybody knows about Alexa, and I think most of us are having, you know, Alexa, and even in your smartphone itself you have your face recognitions, as well as when you come to airport you have Digi Yatra. So all these are the very, very key applications which AI is definitely, it is not going to be part of our daily life, it is already part of our daily life. So there are some basic things actually, you know, as already explained in detail by, I mean, Professor Sir, but I will just brief you that there is a artificial intelligence, there is a machine learning, and there is a deep learning. So you have to see that where AI is the superset of all, and machine learning is a superset of deep learning. So there are weak AIs also, and we are also, you know, as we go ahead, we are also going to have the strong AIs with multiple human capabilities. I will just share some of the few first AIs in 2024. Just आप लोगों को ये एहसास कराने के लिए कि AI बहुत आगे बढ़ चुका है और we have to catch with AI to be you know, effectively using AI in our field. Iris is the first AI teacher. Qatar has already first AI hostess demonstration done. Kavya Mehra is the first AI mother influencer. We have the first anchor in India today. First AI anchor has already been you know, launched. Devin is the first world software engineer, and first AI engineer in India is Devika. And in 2024 we had the first AI beauty pageant, which in India's Zara was represented in that. So we had recently Truecaller has launched its first AI scanner, and Aisha is the first AI employee. And our first anchor I have already discussed, that is there in India. So already, I mean, so much has already been done in this field. So what exactly why we are going for AI ML? I mean, is this the case that everyone in the world is going for talking about artificial intelligence, so we also start talking about artificial intelligence, or there is a really need of artificial intelligence in our field? The fact is that, just for an example of Power Grid, we started our company in 1993 when it was separated from, you know, NTPC. It was separated into 3 verticals: NTPC, NHPC, and Power Grid. Basically, we started with 25,000 of gross capital. Today, we are having a gross capital of 3 lakh crores, 25,000 crores to 3 lakh crores. So we have risen, grown up 12 times, and our assets have gone multifold. We are largest transmission. We are 3rd largest transmission utility in the world, and we are the largest transmission utility in India. So we are talking about 282 extra high voltage substations, and line with 1507 lines, and approximately 2 lakh circuit kilometer of extra high voltage lines. So we have more than 5 lakh assets in place. So every asset in a second, if it has 10 data points, so you are ending up with 5 million data inputs in 1 second. I'm just giving a gross. So basically you have billion data inputs which are to be analyzed, to be understood, to come to a conclusion, and to affect your assets, to maintain your assets effectively. So definitely there is a huge volume of data. We are talking about 15 terabyte of data now, and by 2032 we are going to have around 50 TB of data. So technology, definitely, if you are having such a, and just to add on that, when we had a 25,000 of gross capital, we had 8,000 employees. Today's we are having 3 lakh gross capital, which is going to be 4,50,000 crores by 2030, and we are still going to have only 8,000 employees. So we are not increasing. Our human capital resources are limited. Skill is also limited. So we have to leverage our resources, from wherein we can use augmented reality and AI and other capabilities, data analytics to our system, wherein we can ensure that we are able to maintain our assets with the new regulations, which are much more stringent as it was 10 years before. So this is what is the business case. Now, before you talk about AI, it looks very good, that a beautiful picture comes when you just put something, a text in your chat GPT. But it is very important for companies like in a power sector, you need to have some basis covered before you talk about artificial intelligence and application of data analytics and also machine learning. You need to have digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. This is very important. If you are not having your basics covered, you will not be able to use your artificial intelligence in that way. So data and the quality of data is very important before we talk about artificial intelligence application in power sector. So this is what, so initially, just 10 years back, there have been a lot of digitalization works done in Power Grid. We had we developed a National Transmission Asset Center, which is a global icon, and just to tell you, there are more than 282 substations and 1507 lines are being maintained by only four people sitting in a single room. So that has been done with the National Transmission Asset Management Center, wherein all the data is digital and it is available in a single screen. So we have given away with a lot of manpower requirement which was working in the shift for the operations. So Power Grid does not have any manpower dedicated for operations at its substations. All the substations are manless for operations. So by this we have saved huge savings on account of manpower deployment. So why we are going for this? Because I have already told you that we have already done a lot of digital transformation. So we have our basis covered. We have our data as a OT data, as a IT data. So OT data is coming from the operations, from National Transmission Asset Center, wherein all the million data points are being captured at every millisecond from all your sensors and all your breakers or all your equipments, and those are being analyzed in a historian. And after that is analyzed, it is being put in a data lake, wherein you are going to have your IT and OT data which is being merged. And after being merging that data, you are going to have the analytics of complete data at every minute. So I will give you practical examples wherein we have implemented the IT and OT data integration and data analytics with the machine learning and AI capabilities. And I mean, it is so good that and most of that setup has been created by our in-house engineers. So by this we keep on learning ourselves also, and we keep on training our software also. I've already discussed about this, that we are going to be a 50 TB data, by 2030-29, and our gross capital is going to further increase to 4,50,000 crores. So huge. Now, until unless there is a necessity, we don't discover anything. अगर कहीं गर्मी है तभी AC है, अगर कहीं ठंड है तभी heater है. So everything comes with a necessity. So that is why these are the pain points for every utility, because these pain points are there. That is why we are searching for new options, that how we can strengthen our grid maintenance. So these are our focus areas. Because since time is less, I am not going to go in theoretical aspects. I am directly going to cover the practical aspects which we have done in Power Grid. So PG Amrit, it is an image processing defect identification in transmission line, and this was awarded in a global platform. Power Grid was awarded for that in 2024. We implemented that in 2023, and let me tell you that since we have Power Grid connects your first point at Leh and Ladakh and connects it to Kanyakumari. So there is and also I'm not talking about the international grids interconnections with other countries, that is also part of it. But since our asset base, it goes from very different geographical conditions. At Leh we are talking about -40 in Daras, and then we are talking about very high temperatures in the central region of India. So basically we need to develop a tool wherein we spend less time in fault detection and more time in fault rectification. So we have limited resources. So what we did is we developed a PG Amrit tool. I'm going to demonstrate that in my next slide. That we are going to capture that automatically by training it through machine learning, and that has been done by in-house capabilities. Initially, when we started off the things, we had the less sample size. The more we kept our software, we made it more samples, and it got trained. Just an example, everybody knows about Gary Kasparov. So Gary Kasparov, because this AI concept started from 1950. There were small concepts which were there, and they were Deep Blue and all that. IBM, he played a chess game with the IBM software in AI, and he won in 1989. Later on, that software got trained, and in 1996, I think he lost, and he was not able to believe that he has lost, and he was, totally, bamboozled with that. So it happens because your system gets trained. You have to be patient with the AI application. And let me tell you, whenever you are taking a digital initiative in a PSU or in a company with a large asset intensive base, it is very important that you have to take so many initiatives. You have to be patient with the initiatives. You have to keep them, make them, train them these initiatives, and then ultimately the results will come. It is not a game of one night. So then reliability centered maintenance. This is we have a tool called PALMS, the Power Grid Asset Life Health Management tool, wherein with the help of your IT and OT data integration on daily basis, we have an algorithm inbuilt. So after, just like for a circuit breaker, we have all the data, OT data like its operation time and everything, and then we have the IT data of its testing like DCRM and everything. So the complete DCRM curves, I'll give that example in that those are analyzed with the help of AI only. No human intervention is there. All the SFRA signals, which otherwise engineers used to take a day to study the complete signal, whether it is matching with your pre-commissioning signal or not. So what are the changes? Is there a winding shift or not? Nothing is, today we are not doing anything, with human intervention. Even our test results, some of the test results we have done that directly from the kit itself. It directly goes to your software ERP. So there is no human intervention, there is no chance of human error. So let me tell you, artificial intelligence is not, as far as I am not an IT engineer, neither I am an expert of artificial intelligence, but what I can understand from a concept is that it is not going to, what you call as replace human intelligence. It is going to augment human intelligence if it is used judiciously. So we have to see that how we are using. Then Then automated analysis of test results. We are having an asset performance manager, which is a huge software which is totally based on IT and OT integration, and with a single click you can click any asset and you can calculate its health index, its criticality index, and all the features in a single click. End of life, then cost, how much you are going to spend in asset management of that asset. So that is APM, asset performance management. Then we have a satellite based vegetation management, wherein we are working with the ISRO, and we are going to finalize that very soon. Then we have a substation inspection process through different methods. One is I2P. There is a tablet concept wherein we scan, all our equipments in the switchyard are having a QR code. So you can scan the QR code and you can get the complete history data of its test results. So when you are feeding the test results, so you can simply check what is the trend. So you need not to go to ERP and SAP to check the data, and then you have to validate, and all things are gone. So single click, you are able to scan the QR code, you have to feed the data, and we are also planning to put a picture recognition in that, wherein OTI and other picture data can be captured directly. So then we are also having a, and let me tell you, for substation inspection, we are having a robot. So we have already tested that, and with the help of IIT Kanpur, there was a collaboration between PowerGrid and IIT Kanpur. So we have developed a in-house indigenous substation robot, which is going to inspect the complete equipment through artificial intelligence only. Then we have IoT. We have started application of IoT in our substation monitoring. We are having number of the sensors wherein we are going to send that data wirelessly directly to our algorithms, AI/ML, and that data will be clubbed with our asset health to give the real picture. Then, as somebody told, HRD, we are already having the virtual reality modules. So young engineers which come to PowerGrid, they have to get trained very, very fast, because the asset base is growing with the solar integration. It is going at a very rapid pace. So you have to ensure that engineers which used to take 5 years to be independent and operate the substation or maintain the substation or construct the substation, they need to be ready in a 1 year. So we are having a virtual reality in our leadership academy at Manesar. I will request every one of you to come and visit Manesar. It's so many global utilities come and they visit and they get trained. So basically it's a complete augmented reality. So wherein you can see each and every part inside the transformer or inside the GS. You can visualize and you can understand with the 3D 3D glasses. So it is very easy for engineers to get equipped with the system and they can understand. Because otherwise you take years and years, when transformer will be open, तब आप उसके अंदर देख पाओगे कि क्या हुआ है. हो सकता है आपको वो मौका 15 साल बाद मिले, कई बार होता मिलता ही नहीं है किसी को. So that is very important, that you should be able to at least have some kind of knowledge. Then we will be talking about certification awards and accolades. Because until and unless you are rewarded, nobody is going to recognize your. So this is how we are using machine learning in. I think the picture is not very clear, but the thing is that we have. With the help of our knowledge, we have captured different defects. What can be a possible defects in a transmission line? So what we have done is that through machine learning, we have, defined those defects. And this does not happen that you take one picture and you simply identify the defect and it will give you the thing is that for increasing the accuracy, you need to have a large sample size, and that too with different backgrounds, that too with different angles, and also with the different situations. So that has been done, and we are very proudly we are able to say that now we have reduced our manual patrolling by more than 60%. So we firstly capture the images through drones as well as through, because when you are capturing from the drone, you are capturing from the top, and when you are capturing from the bottom, the sky is the background, and when you are capturing from the drone, your background is your soil, earth, mountain, something like that. So that is why you have to train your system, otherwise it will, for an okay image, it can also tell you that this is faulty. So we have covered more than these kind of defects, I think more than 47 defects. Now we have gone to 96 defects. So these are insulator damage. So otherwise we used to take a lot of time. We need to have shutdown to go to the tower top and to see the defects, and then ultimately again take the shutdown, to come and, nowadays we are talking about Power Grid has the largest availability. We are talking about availability of more than 99.8. So it is a challenge that we have to ensure that we do it with the, artificial intelligence. So all vegetation, everything is being, if your insulators are contaminated by the bird excreta or not, so everything is covered. So it is like this, and immediate your notifications are being created in your ERP system, and they are reflected, because ERP is not so user friendly. So what happens is that we create, the data goes in the ERP and it comes in your PG Darpan dashboard. So notification is created to the concerned engineer with the defects. So then after that, those defects are, he concentrates on rectification of defects rather than identification of the defects. So these are, even your angle is bent, your bolt is missing. So all those small things have been trained in a machine learning, and it took us more than 4 to 5 years to train each and every defect. And ultimately, initially there was a lot of, I am again saying that AI is not a technology which is very easy to use, because suddenly you will say that iska accuracy bahut kharab hai, but ultimately you have to work hard to ensure that accuracy is improved. So this is how it goes to the process engine. It is processed very fast, and after that you are getting the, for example, you can see here how it is being, your corona ring is reverse, so you have to train that it is on the reverse side. So this is how you, so I am talking about only the practical cases. There can be so many things which can be done with the AI, but we are talking about here the practical cases. Here the grading ring reverse, what is the accuracy of that? So we have to compare with the practical aspects. Kitna match kar raha hai, agar wo nahi match kar raha hai, we have to train further. There is no other solution. So this is the concept, how it goes to in your system. So it is totally paperless. For maintenance we hardly use, we don't use any paper. So again, for reliability centered maintenance, which is another application of monitoring your real-time health and criticality of your assets. So we have implemented, so these are different form of asset maintenance. You can have a run to failure, and you have a value optimization and reliability centered. Currently we have done reliability centered maintenance for our major assets like transmission line, like circuit breakers, as well as transformers and reactors. And recently we have been awarded by SGOF for reliability centered maintenance patent for transformers. So in a reliability centered maintenance, what we have done is that we have captured 2 axes. So I will just, because the time is less, I will just go to the concept. So basically you have, earlier you used to have only the health score. So PALMS is our software which calculates the health score real time with integration of IT and OT data. And in that integration, there are many things which are done with the help of AI/ML, like my DCRM signature. So my DCRM signature, my travel and my stroke length, when my breaker closes and it opens, and it closes and then opens. So in a DCRM signature, it follows certain path. So what it does is that we have the complete set data which is filled in that algorithm. So if that violates any limit in any in 1 millisecond or in that time frame, so that your health becomes critical. So probability of failure is 1 minus your health. So the more is your health, less is the probability of failure. Another is the impact score, because impact score is very important in reliability centered maintenance. The concept is that, for example, a breaker which is connecting a NER feeder or a radial feeder in a NER or a radial feeder in a Leh and Ladakh is more important than you for a breaker which is connected in a multi bus system. So basically, in case of also in NCR where parliament feeder is there, when state cities are there, secretariat is there, so you have to add your impact score there. So more the impact, you have to maintain your breakers accordingly or your assets accordingly. In addition to that, your tariff. For example, a 765 kV breaker in a some system is having more tariff loss. So you calculate tariff loss for each asset and you map them in the impact score. So this is real time. So the moment your health improves, it goes to the green zone. So this is how reliability centered is. These are the benefits of reliability centered maintenance. We hardly, we have ensured and we have checked our results that more than 40% of savings we have done. And from the availability of transformers and transmission line of 99.8, we have gone to 99.89 in 1 year. And I'm not boasting upon the results because this is a learning process. Next year it may come down or it may improve. It depends upon how sensibly we optimize the things. So this is the concept of Power Grid health management. So this is the model. So how we calculate. So there is a AI and ML in that, which all your signatures and all your test results are evaluated directly by the system itself. So you need not to have any human intervention and human error in that. So the scope of human error is reduced. So then we are having, this signature I am talking about. This is a SFRA signature of a transformer, which is being directly evaluated by or checked by the AI ML. So there is no human intervention in that. So we also have the safety assessment. We have the intrusions, because in a Power Grid what happens is that when you are maintaining, you have to ensure that there is no unwarranted intrusion in the system. So you can tag every part of your maintenance area, and then you can monitor it from the local dashboard at your system. So with this we are able to supervise more stations in a more effective manner with less manpower. In addition to that, we have a vegetation management. It is more prominent in NER because there the growth of trees is very fast, and we have more 132 kV lines in NER. Otherwise our lines are mostly 400 kV and 765 kV and even 1200 kV. But basically for lower lines, the distance between your earth and the conductor is less. So in case of any steep growth of vegetation, you are going to lose, there will be a fault in your line and you are going to lose on availability. So you need to have a smart vegetation system which not only calculates the height of the tree or the vegetation, but it also augments it with the future forecast in 1 year. So you have to see that what time you have to get the shutdown and get the trees cut. So this is done with the satellite imaging, and we are doing it with the help of ISRO. So this is the concept. And intelligent inspection system I already discussed. So all this data is, you have a QR code here. So complete data is being just with a single scan of your tab. All our engineers in a substation are having a tab. So they just scan the QR code and they get the complete data history, all 10 delta results or SFRA results, everything is there. So they can simply see the increasing trend here only. So they don't have to go to their systems and put the data manually in ERP and then wait for the evaluation to happen and then act. So they can act if there is any absurd change or plus minus 10% change is there in the system. So this is, all these cases are not something which is, I'm talking about future. This is already being implemented. And this is, I'm talking about the substation inspection robot, which has been designed and implemented with the help of IIT Kanpur and Power Grid. So this is having all the sensors inbuilt to thermography and for collecting all the readings and everything. So this is being, this is going to be showcased in GridCon 2025. Power Grid is going to have an international conference with more than 2,000 delegates at Yashobhumi from 9 to 11 March. I will request everybody from you to kindly come and join. It is the biggest international event in power sector in India. So there will be conferences and all the delegates are coming from abroad, and also we are going to have the exhibitions of all different transmission assets. So therein you can see the live demonstration of your substation robot. So we are keeping space. So all these kind of data, and you can see the accuracy also. So we are not talking about perfection yet. We are talking about intelligence, yes. So we will be keep on learning and will be ensuring that this error goes further down with the help of technology. So we have the valve hall robots in our HVDC substations, which monitor all the key parameters in a HVDC valve hall. So this has been not done with any collaboration. This has been discovered by Power Grid and implemented by Power Grid engineers only. So this is also being showcased in GridCon 2025. This is in-house robot. This is having less height because it has to move in the room. So it is programmed to do all the inspection itself only. 3D printing also, since in COVID we were not getting the parts of some of the key products. So with the help of modeling, we have been able to get some of like your PRD, pressure release devices for transformers, as well as your valve cooling pipes. These were indigenous developed with the help of 3D scanners by PowerGrid, and ultimately it saved a lot of money and dependency on OEM. And IoT I've already discussed, so I will not take much of time in that. So in IoT there is a practical application in one of our stations in NCR where a lot of load is there, and in summers this time we saw a 15% rise in the load flow in the system due to high demand. So at that time the temperature rise are very high in the connectors, in the terminal equipments, in the isolators especially, where the contacts are not so very good. So basically what it does is that there is a camera which is inbuilt in the tower. So this camera senses your rate of rise of your temperature. So it analyzes the rate of rise of temperature, and if it goes beyond that, it creates alarm. So more than 45 hotspots during that time in one day we have been able to get it done without any loss of availability. So that was only because of improvisation of technology and IoT sensors. So this is what our APM is. So it is just about, it is not something very, what you call as, most of the utilities in world, they have already gone for APM, but it is very important that your data authenticity is very important. It is a model, it is an algorithm, it is going to predict your asset health and your risk, everything, but until unless your input data is correct, you are not going to get the good results, even how much you invest. So this is going to be implemented. I think this I have already discussed, this part, APM also. This is our digital tree. So these all verticals are going to be combined in a single screen in asset performance management. So we don't want our engineers to go to different IT application for a different health model. So we want our engineers to concentrate on their requirements rather than fetching the data. So this is something which is we have felt that we have lost so many man hours of our engineers for getting the data. So the data is going to be will be there in a single click, and all the risk mapping and your asset health will be mapped in a single screen for every asset. So if you clicking a transformer at a daily, with a single click you can get the end of life and everything in a single click. So this is we are implementing, and our target is by 2025 we are going to implement this in our system. And there is a benchmarking of global transmission utilities which is called as ITEMS, International Transmission Operation Management Study. And let me tell you, PowerGrid was positioned as first in international among all the top global utilities in the world in ITOM study. So it is very important that until unless we learn and upgrade ourselves, and we don't have any option to not to use AI. We have to ensure that we use AI in a way that it is helpful to us. Now this is impact of different utilities with the application of, and what is our plan? Actually this is something which I will go fast. This is something which you visualize after 5 years where PowerGrid will be. So we want to have a digital control room wherein if there is any fault, our robot will be triggered, he will go to that area, this will be a manless substation, and he will be able to capture all the parameters, the relay parameters and everything will be there in the screen itself, and it will go to the control room, it will see all the critical parameters are checked, and then all the asset investment plan, the real-time data of the cost, replacement, refurbishment will be on the dashboard of the top management. So they can simply, 4 people sitting can control the complete system, and they can see what they can do in this outage. So every data will be available so that they can plan judicially. So, so this is what we are envisaging that PowerGrid will be doing after next 5 years. We want ourselves to be the pioneer in digital transformation as far as the transmission sector is concerned, and we are committed to do that. Our management is committed to do that, and without management commitment and without management support it is not possible, because it takes huge determination and huge investment to basically go through all this. These are the digital models. I think someone of us was talking about the BIM models and the digital model. We are going to have the digital twins for all our equipments, and we are going for transformer and transmission lines first, because we have to go gradually, and then we have to make that models available for all the other asset classes. So with this, I think I am going to, there is one more aspect I am going to cover, another 2-3 minutes I am going to take. So these are the some of the areas which we are going to target in next 2-3 years. So what we are doing, this is our path. We have a roadmap, very, very strict. Our management is committed to have a digital revolution in Power Grid, and we want to be one of the best among the global utilities. So our competition is with us. So we have to ensure that we keep on improving on the daily basis. So these are the technologies, and let me tell you, every technology is not successful. Every AI application is not successful. We have to go through those applications, we have to learn, we have to do the change management, and if we found that it is not good, we have to rethink about that, and some of the cases are also dropped. So every case is not, every technology may fit in UK, may not fit in India. So we have to see our context, we have to see our manpower cost, we have to see our scenario, we have to see our grid parameters, because our grid, we are talking about 30% renewable energy integration today, and we will be talking about 60 to 70% renewable energy integration by 2029. So we have to see that we are having a system where there is no inertia. So protection is a challenge. So we need to have synchronous condensers. So every challenge is different. So that is why this is our plan. So what is our expected? These are the, what digital team, what we have done is, we have also created a framework for management that these kind of savings are expected in next few years with the implementation of this thing. These are our, and let me tell you, what the good work has been done by our predecessors, by the implementation of NTMC and ERP. If that was not done in 2010s, we would not have been in a position to utilize the artificial energy in our system. So it is all about the good work which is done 10 years before. We are able to have a good data, and we are able to use data in our system. So let me tell you further, just to let you know that we have been ISO 55001 certified in asset management, and we are the largest utility in the world to be certified in asset management. And we are 7th in India, and first one is T3 Airport, Delhi. So in electrical utility, we are the first one to be certified for ISO 55001. And initially we were offered a consultancy of 23 crores in 2 years time by a foreign consultant, but we did it complete in-house. We did the complete digitization. For our asset management, we made a chatbot, and chatbot is made from a complete digitization. All our IM circulars, knowledge books, everything is digitized. You can simply go to the portal, you can simply search 10 delta, and you can get each and every data from that 10 delta in a fraction of a second. So there is no hard copy of papers which is required to be kept, and because we have found in our earlier learnings that when people go, the knowledge also go. And papers are, next person is not able to find out the papers. That happened with me also. So I mean, we have to ensure that we have the complete digitalization, and our power is the digital data. So that is nowadays, your asset is not only the physical assets like breakers and transformers. Your asset is your digital data and your analytics. So the more you are able to have that data and learning, if you're losing that learning, I mean, it's a big loss. We were able to implement Amrit because we had all the photographs of all the different areas, including from the coastal area to the Himalayas at Ladakh. So that is why we were able to develop a model which is more than 80% successful. Otherwise it was not supposed to be. We have a strong commitment in asset management policy to have a digital transformation from the management. So we are committed to do that, and that is why, that is our strong driving force. That is why we are here, and we are committed to. And there are key challenges, let me tell you, in an AI application. As sir has already told, I will not be stressing upon that. The quality of data is very, very important. The moment you are not sanitizing your data and you are just going for AI will bring heavens to your system, that will never happen. Unless you sit in the desk and validate your data and get it prudent, then only you will be, any kind of concept will work, otherwise it will not work. Data analytics, you need to have a huge data analytics. You are talking about 5 billion points analyzing in a minute or in a 2 minutes. So you're talking about huge data point. So you need to have big data centers. We are already planned, Power Grid has already planned a big data center, big cloud at NTMC Manesar. So that will be subletted to other companies also, but it is for in-house application also. You have to see the cost implications. The initial cost implications are very, very high. You have to ensure your engineers are getting trained by the virtual reality, right? You have to data centers. And these are the awards, few awards I have just kept. Recently we were awarded by Golden Peacock Award, and then for ISO 55001 certification and global recognition in asset management for liability center of transformer reactors and transmission lines. And also, we were able to establish the reduction of costs in that. So thank you very much. Thank you, for bearing with me that I have taken a slightly more time. Just a small video before I close, because I just wanted you to see this. This is a good one being created by PowerGrid only. So this one is a reality. We have created a headgear system, augmented reality, wherein, because we have few experts, we don't claim that we have, all the people are experts. So basically, what happens is that we have an expert sitting at one system. Those experts can easily guide a person who's working inside a asset or a, in a control panel. So, I mean, with this, the errors have gone down. So this is an expert who's sitting, he is able to see the real picture. What exactly the person who is at the, 1000 kilometers away at site. So no need to go for physical, you can, if there is, something very drastic has happened, you need to go to site, but most of the things you can resolve, 80% of the things you can resolve at sitting at your control room. So experts can guide which wire you need to touch, which system you need to touch, and this has been implemented 1.5 years back. So so this is something which is already been done. So with his headgear, the person sitting at the control, at the corporate center, or somebody at the expert sitting at the regional level, he is able to, simply guide him and get it done. So these are some of the aspects of, practical examples of artificial intelligence application in PowerGrid. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ravi sir. That was a wonderful presentation followed by a video. That's a wonderful video that is shown. That's a real and AI video. And I request Ravi sir to please be here on stage and to felicitate Mr. Ravi Sushant Chaudhary sir. I'll request the working president, CEC, Engineers Welfare Forum, WBPDCL, Engineer Sanjeev Bera, to please come up here on stage and do the honors. Felicitate Mr. Ravi Sushant Chaudhary, DGM, PowerGrid. And a Turiu, a beautiful flower bouquet, a memento, and a gift from Engineers Welfare Forum by WBPDCL. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we'll take a short break for the lunch. We have got 2 places for lunch. First, for the employees and for the students, we have got lunch on this floor. And for the guests and the speakers, we have arranged for the lunch for you on the first floor, which will be guided by our representatives. I request all of you to please move forward for the lunch. We'll join together in half an hour with our technical session 2. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, request to all of you to kindly please be seated. We are going to start with our technical session 2 in just 1 minute. Okay, a very good afternoon to all the beautiful people present here in the post-lunch session of 13th National Seminar on Concept of Artificial Intelligence and its Application in Power System, organized by Engineers Welfare Forum of WBPDCL in collaboration with National Energy Excellence Drive, powered by WBPDCL, WBSEDCL, DVC, Bengal Naturals and Wipro. Shower khawa hoyeche? You had your lunch? You all had your lunch? I can hear. You all had your lunch? Yes or no? Okay, come on, put your hands together for yourself. Come on, it's going to be a very hard session for you because paying attention after lunch is going to be very hard for everyone. I know, I understand. Come on, put your hands together for yourself. Come on. So, we started our journey with our dignitaries, with our speakers in the technical session 1, followed by right now we are moving to our technical session 2. But right now we are not going to have any person here on the podium, rather we are going to have a person from different state, different country on Zoom. Yes, online. Yes, right now we are using the technology. Yes, right now using the technology to meet the person who is not here in the podium or in the auditorium is going to be presenting his presentation online. So I will take a 2 minutes time for the technical setup, and after that we will be joining here with our technical session 2. But before that, as I said earlier, that I think you already got your questionnaire. Have you submitted your questionnaire to NEED? Yes? Yes? Are yes or no? Tell me na. Yes, we are not going to deduct any points or any marks if you say yes or no. No need to worry. Yes. So after a few moments, we are going to declare who are the winners here and who are going to get the prizes from NEED. So it's 13th national seminar. We got a list of presenters will be coming here and give their presentation. But right now we're going to get a person here online. Let us introduce the person. He has completed his PhD in electrical engineering from the Memorial University of Newfoundland, Canada in 2006. Before completing PhD, he worked in Assisa Brown Boveri Limited, India, and Bhava Atomic Research Center, India. After completing PhD, he worked as a special scientist at University of Cyprus, and the first as research associate and then as a lecturer in the Queensland University of Technology, Brisbane, Australia. Since 2009, he is working in the Department of Electrical Engineering, India Institute of Technology, Kanpur, India, where he is the chair professor since 2018. From July 2023 to April 2024, he worked as a chair professor and director of the Amira and NB Power Research Center for Smart Grid Technologies, University of New Brunswick, Fredericton, Canada. His research interests are in the areas of monitoring, control, and the protection of smart transmission and distribution system and microgrid. He is a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering and a fellow of Institution of Engineers, India. He is an associate editor of IEEE Transactions on Smart Grid, IEEE Power Engineering Letters, and International Journal of Electrical Power and Energy Systems. He was an associate editor of IET Generation, Transmission and Distribution during 2019 to 2021, and IEEE Transactions on Power System during 2020 to 2024. So ladies and gentlemen, now the time has come to put your eyes on the giant screen, because right now we're going to meet the person who is going to present the presentation here on Zoom or online. He's a professor of Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Kanpur. So I request each and everyone, please put your hands together and let's welcome Dr. Shoykot Chakraborty on Zoom. Dr. Shoykot Chakraborty is online. As we can see, I hope that it's vice versa. Welcome, sir, to 13th National Seminar organized by Engineers Welfare Forum WBPDCL, the concept of artificial intelligence and its application in power system. Welcome to you, sir. Over to you, sir. Well, किसी ने सच ही कहा है बड़ी बड़ी देश में छोटी छोटी बातें होती रहती है. So a little technical glitch. I hope that it will be solved very soon. As soon as possible, we will be joining Dr. Shoykot Chakraborty online. Well, right now we are here with Dr. Shoykot Chakraborty. Welcome, sir, to the 13th National Seminar.
Thank you.
Over to you, sir.
Is my slide visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Okay. Thank you, and very good afternoon to all of you. Let's get started. The topic is about AI applications in power system monitoring. Now, before getting into that, let's have a look at the need for having monitoring, or rather real-time monitoring in power systems. This is actually true for any dynamical system, not only power system. Any dynamical system, if you want to take any control action, the first thing that you are going to do is to collect the information regarding the present status of the system. Okay, so basically you need to know what is going on before taking any control action. Correct. So in today's context, and therefore monitoring is very much needed, not only for power system, for any dynamical system. But why real-time monitoring? Power system is a very dynamic system. It's not a static one, and a lot of things are changing all the time. Operating conditions are changing. Even the topology also gets changed sometimes. And also there is a growing complexity, and the interconnections and the geographical spread of power systems are continuously increasing. There is also uncertainty in the demand for electricity, and all of these factors, they actually make the operation, control and monitoring of power system extremely complicated. And on top of that, you see power companies are there to maximize their profits. One of the goals, there's nothing wrong in that, but the point here is that as a result of these, and also because of limitations and constraints in building new transmission lines, new infrastructure, what is happening, the existing components, they're being operated closer to their designed limits. You're pushing more and more power through a line, for example. So when you are operating closer to the designed limit, you have to be very vigilant. Basically, you are walking along the edge. So when you are walking along the edge, you have to be very careful. Any moment you can actually topple. So that's what is happening in present power systems. So real-time monitoring with a much more higher refresh rate has become very important in modern power systems. And on top of that, there is this unprecedented variability that has been brought by the renewables. This much of variation in generation was not seen in power systems before. And also today's electricity market that demands more or higher data rate. So all of these factors that actually making the monitoring system very critical power system, not only monitoring, real-time monitoring. Okay, real-time in the sense very high rate of monitoring data or measurement data. That is something that we need in today's power systems. So in this context, how an AI can help. AI is the point of discussion today. One thing is that there is enormous amount of measurement and sensing information being collected at the control center. So basically, we are going to face, already started facing the so-called big data problem. Okay, I'll talk a little bit on this big data problem because that is the whole reason we are, we started thinking about using AI in monitoring applications for power systems. And there is also another reason why AI is becoming more popular nowadays. See, power system is basically about balancing the load and generation, and in the process, we need to make sure that all of our, parameters, system parameters remain within limits. Okay, so this balancing between load and generation is an extremely, important consideration in power systems. And with these rapidly fluctuating renewables coming into the picture, load balancing has become very difficult in modern power systems. Not only that, loads are also always fluctuating. And it has been seen that, with a much more, the load forecasting and generation forecasting, renewable generation forecasting, can be done much more efficiently with the use of artificial intelligence techniques compared to the traditional methods, for example, time series. Okay. Another factor that is fueling the usage of AI in power systems is the fact that, of course, the power system has been already nonlinear, but the nonlinearity is actually increasing with the penetration of renewable generation. Why so? See, almost invariably, all these renewables, they are integrated to the grid through converters. This converter interfaced generations, or CIGs. Okay. Now, the CIGs, power electronic devices, they're highly nonlinear devices. Okay. And in fact, when for example, if there is a fault and we demand more current from the CIG, the maximum current actually gets clamped at, let's say, 120% or 130% of the normal value. So there is a hard limit that suddenly comes into picture. So that limit-induced nonlinearity or discontinuities are also something that we have to deal with now. And AI has been proven to be much more efficient in terms of dealing with the nonlinear systems. Okay. Also, as the system operating conditions are changing all the time, the self-learning or adaptive capabilities of some of the AI algorithms, for example, recurrent neural networks, Hopfield networks, so they make very attractive alternatives to conventional algorithms. Okay, so mainly these are the motivations for getting into AI applications or increasing penetration of these AI applications in power system monitoring. We'll limit our discussions only on monitoring problem today. So basically, when the entire discussion arises because we are having to deal with a tremendous amount of information, the big data problem. Okay, monitoring is basically it's about extracting useful information from the data that is coming to the control center. But this data that is coming to the control center now, it's extremely high in or large in volume and complex. And the traditional algorithms may not be sufficient to analyze or visualize this data. Visualization, for example, is an extremely important part of the analytics or monitoring. And how do we, what characteristics of big data we are talking about? First thing is volume, tremendous amount of information is coming because the data refresh rate has increased. And also the number of sensors, number of measurement devices and sensors. Velocity, that is the high refresh rate of the measurement data. Variety, this is a very critical factor. Nowadays, we are not talking about electrical parameters only. There are also other parameters that we have to take into account heat, for example, combined heat and power system, gas, also natural gas, that is something again, water that also may be taken into account. And the type of data that is coming to these different types of measurement devices that are not easy to combine. So these are some of the challenges that we'll have to face when we are dealing with these big data. Okay. Towards the end, we'll quickly go through a real life scenario where we can see how these different types of data can be generated, or how they come to the control center. And measurement in sensing, of course, this is the main source of this big data, but that's not the only one. As we see here, the grid analytics, you see, today's the state-of-the-art processors, or fast processors, we can very quickly run the analytics. For example, if you're doing a contingency analysis, load flow, security assessment, stability assessment, all of these analytics can be completed within a very short period of time with the state-of-the-art processor, or even by using parallel processing capabilities. Okay, so that itself generates a lot of information, market data, weather information that has become extremely important, especially with the integration of the renewables. Maintenance, asset management data, cyber security logs. This has become very important nowadays. One has to keep track of the cyber attacks and also take necessary protection mechanisms, right? So these are the information that are actually leading to the formation of these big data problem. Now coming to the analytics where these AI can be useful, I have included only a few here. The first thing that came to my mind is the state estimation, because that's the most critical application based on which we take control actions or take decisions about the system. Okay, and a state estimator tells you what is the existing status of your system, right? I guess I have till 55, correct? I'll try to wrap up by that time. Now, a state estimator, if you're talking about static or steady state estimator, it gives you the voltage magnitude, the V's, and the phase angles, thetas, let's say, at all the high voltage buses, based on the measurements that we collect at the control center. And there are some other functionalities of this state estimator. For example, bad data detection. If there is a bad data, it has to detect there is a bad data, and also it has to process that if possible, remove that, or replace that with some estimated data, topology estimation, parameter estimation, etc. Okay. Now the challenges in state estimation has risen because there are different types of measurements that are being considered now. One is, of course, the SCADA system, which has been the bread and butter or the backbone of the traditionally monitored power system, which typically collects measurement from multifunction transducers or MFTs, and those measurements are transmitted to the RTUs. From RTUs, we collect the measurement at the control center through dedicated communication channels, right? Phasor measurement unit has become very popular. I deliberately wanted to talk about these two technologies. In the modern power systems, there are two technologies that are revolutionizing the way we monitor and control power systems. One is the phasor measurement unit, which is the basic unit of the so-called wide area measurement system, or WAMS, at the bulk generation and transmission level. Okay, and in the distribution level, it's the smart meters again, which is the basic building block of the so-called advanced metering infrastructure, or AMI. Okay, so these two technologies, wide area measurement system with the phasor measurement units of PMUs at bulk generation and AMI infrastructure, that is changing in many ways how we monitor, control, and protect the system at the distribution level. Okay, and there are also these IoT-based devices nowadays. So why this should make a good case for AI applications? Because these measurements, when they come to the control center, we are having to deal with a tremendously heterogeneous type of measurements. You see here, the scan rates are different. For RTUs, it's 2 to 5 seconds. PMUs, 20 to 100 millisecond. If you are talking about a 50 hertz system, smart meters, much slower, but the number is enormous. 5 to 15 minutes intervals. The protocols are different. These are the protocols, typical protocols. Their clock sources are also different. So combining these data is not easy. I mean, it may look like easy on paper, but in reality, we have seen that it's not a very easy task to do. And AI might be better suited to handle this kind of heterogeneous information. Okay, and in some cases, we'll have these missing data, time skewness problems. Okay. Bad measurements, and typically AI suitably or well-trained AI can be a good candidate to take care of all these problems. Okay, so that is one of the main motivations here to make these AI useful in monitoring purpose. This is how a basic AI-based state estimator could work. We feed the measurements to the ANN. Of course, we have to have a large number of data set generated here. Oh, we are running short of time. Let's quickly go through this. So basically, we give measurements, or measurements can be SCADA measurements, any other type of measurements, and in the output we'll have these bus voltage phasors. And once trained, the AI can quickly give you the estimates. Advantages are that they have negligible execution time, and they are typically more robust to bad data and noise, and they can easily handle the bad missing measurements. But then one has to be careful about the generalization capability of the AIs. There are a few other potential applications of AI. Time is really short, so I just have one picture of all these applications. AI-based, ANN-based load modeling. Load modeling is an extremely important application in control center. So this is how we can actually do the load modeling. We measure the disturbance, the load power consumptions, P's and Q's, real and reactive power, following a change in voltage or frequency. Of course, frequency cannot be changed deliberately. And we also take the output of an ANN, and then we can, in a feedback loop, we can actually train the weights of the ANN so that it can give you the P's and Q's following a change in V and F, okay, voltage and frequency. In the fault classification, location, and identification, there has been significant usage of ANN. ANN-based load generation forecasting. This has been possibly as of now till date. This is possibly the most widely used application of AI in power system monitoring. Okay, the forecasting, load forecasting, and generation forecasting, especially renewable generation forecasting. Okay. We can also have AI applications in monitoring the stability of the system. This is a quick picture of voltage stability assessment. We can train an ANN with the input parameters like operating conditions, power injections, voltage, etc. And then a load ability limit or megawatt margin we can get as the output of the ANN. So that gives an idea of how much voltage secure is your system. Okay, this is a growingly popular application, non-intrusive load modeling or load monitoring. Okay, you just have to capture the data from a house, and then using advanced AI applications, you can actually segregate the appliance characteristics. Okay, just by looking at the aggregate P and Q measurement, and also maybe voltage disturbances, etc. You can figure out whether you are running your refrigerator, whether you are watching TV, whether you are washing clothes in your washing machine, and all. Of course, there is a privacy issue here. We have to be very careful about this, but from the utilities point of view, it's a very important or useful application. Without getting into the consumer's premises, you can actually, just by looking at the meter data, you can actually segregate the usage. You can figure out what the consumer is doing inside the houses or what kind of applications, appliances are being used. So that's basically about these non-intrusive load monitoring. Okay, this is also another important application of AI. Okay, I will conclude with a very quick discussion regarding one of the real life scenario here in IIT Kanpur campus. We have a smart distribution system. This is actually one of the smart city pilots. We were the only academic institute that completed one of the smart city pilots. It has 4 components: SCADA, AMI, home automation, and rooftop PV, and all these components are integrated in the control center. This has been used as a training and demonstration platform for utility engineers and academicians. This is about the electrical system that we have. We have now 12 number of substations. All are under SCADA now. We have RTUs installed. We have a full-fledged control center. This is the architecture of our smart distribution system. And we also actually went inside the houses and implemented demand response. We had customized distribution boxes. I think we have a picture here. So this is the overall system integration scheme. Let's go ahead. So this is the picture I wanted to mention. What we did here, we replaced the distribution boxes, and we have 2 rails, one for essential loads, mainly 5 ampere loads, one for non-essential. In the sense, we can actually turn them on and off to implement demand response. So heavy loads like geysers, ACs, etc., they are connected to that bus bar, and they're controlled through Wi-Fi controlled contactors. So that's how we implemented demand response. Okay, and this is our solar PV integration scheme using the rooftop solar PV. Okay, this is a picture of our control room. We have a full-fledged control room. So the reason why I mentioned here is that the kind of information that we are now getting in the control center, we can get SCADA data. We also have, I think, around 10 PMUs installed in the campus. So we have data from SCADA, we have data from PMUs, smart meters. Not only that, also from solar inverters. So we have around 2.2 megawatt of solar PV in the campus now. Our total load is close to 15 megawatt. So different types of information are coming to the control center. So now the question is about how to handle this big data. So we saw that AI can be a very important and useful tool here. Okay. So to conclude, the massive deployment of different sensors are invariably, getting us into this big data problem, and AI can be, very useful tool in this context. Okay, especially with the growing nonlinearities and limit-induced discontinuities, etc. Okay, and 2 things are fueling the development of or increase in the AI applications in power systems. One is development in the algorithms itself, and the advancement in computing power. The processing power is continuously increasing. Right now, we're even thinking of quantum computing. That can, be a significant push for AI applications. But at the same time, this is very important because I'm a power system engineer. So. And traditionally, I believe all of us, we don't want to throw away our conventional knowledge. In fact, we should not. So I think a hybrid approach where we can combine our traditional and conventional engineering knowledge with the AI algorithms. One quick example that came to my mind is the so-called physics-informed neural network. But actually, let's say you are modeling a generator, you can actually model the swing equations or maybe higher order equations in the network, neural network. Okay, so that is also possible. Okay, so that kind of hybrid approach could be one way to have a smooth and successful AI transition in power system monitoring. So that's all I have. If there is any question, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That was very much insightful, and we are thankful to Dr. Saika Chakraborty, who is the Professor of Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Kanpur. So actually our anchor, due to some personal reason, he has to left the program in between, and I have been entrusted with the task to take the program ahead. So going forward, we have our next speaker, Engineer Uday Shankar and Engineer D.N. Tripathi of DVC, Damodar Valley Corporation. About Mr. Uday Shankar Baral, he is a electrical engineer with 14 plus years of experience in transmission and distribution in Damodar Valley Corporation. He has successfully executed many GIS projects, digitalization of transmission network in DVC, design, control, and inspection. All this experience Mr. Uday Shankar Baral already possesses. So we are expecting some insightful information about implementation of AI from him. And subsequently, our speaker, Mr. Engineer D.N. Tripathi from that very organization, that means Damodar Valley Corporation, he will be delivering the lecture together with Engineer Uday Shankar Baral about Mr. Engineer D.N. Tripathi. He is having 13 years plus experience in grid operation and maintenance department of Damodar Valley Corporation. So put your hands together for welcoming Uday Shankar Baral and D.N. Tripathi. Thank you.
Thank you everybody for giving me this opportunity, and I'm representing DVC on that front. And we had a very insightful So we had a very insightful program in the morning, and I was very fortunate enough to hear from the eminent personalities here. And I'm not here to deliver something, but actually my main intention was to get feedback from dignitaries and the experience that you had, so that we can implement here in DVC. So I'm not taking much of a time. So these are the authors. This paper was submitted actually by me, Satyendra Sahu, Vikas Singh, and D.N. Tripathi. See, the main proposition for including these slides was to introduce DVC, that this is not a company which is focused on one single business aspect. It has multifarious activities under its control. Of course, it is a profit-making organization, but we have power generation, distribution, flood control, water management, irrigation, and corporate CSR activities, regional development, environmental ecological sustainability. So there are many folds of business areas that we have to look into, and that's where AI and ML will help us in forecasting future business prospects and different kind of operational excellence that we can here in DVC. On the forefront, I just want to say one thing, that what DVC's growth story is going to be. We have 4 different kinds of business areas: generation, transmission, water resource, mine development, and different sorts of operational excellence. Now what we have already implemented to manage all these things in the AI front. We have developed a chatbot called Vani. You can see it in the web page itself. It's a very efficient and interactive tool. Also, we have moved from file systems to paperless systems. On the that name was given as Parichay. And the third that we have done, we are going to implement Samanvay, which is a mix of the AI systems that we are going to implement through data management, and we will be incorporating the business processes of DVC, so that we can get a real insight into the future prospects and to the future plans and strategies that we are going to make. This is just major ongoing projects. So smart substation, it's a very big thing, but encapsulating itself in 4 points is a bit injustice to itself. I just want to share a small test case scenario. We have implemented SCADA systems in most of the substations of DVC. Now, for leaping forward with only 5,000 manpower, we have to see whether all these business processes does not get affected. So what we are going to propose, we are going to implement, in fact, in Samanvay, is this thing. This is a simple, I would say, a depiction of the thing, but I have here students in the background also. You all have heard about standard deviation and everything. So what, as an example I am telling you, suppose there is a 220 kV breaker that we are maintaining. In the 220 kV breaker, what we have the inputs, we have the DCRM input, dynamic control resistance, contact resistance measurement, the IR that we are going to measure, the contact resistance itself, and these 3 parameters, when subjugated with the risk associated with the breaker, that is, if the breaker is operating under the critical line conditions where it is supplying to some very important consumers, like we have Tata Steel and different tie lines. So we generate a risk impact matrix where there will be 3 parameters: risk, the ROI, that is the return on investment, and the impact. The impact, that means the risk that is associated with the breaker itself, whether you will associate one number out of it itself, 1 to 5 for all, and then you will integrate into AI something that we would be focused on making standard deviation. What is the formula for standard deviation? You might already be knowing: A plus 4M plus B by 6 under 6 sigma rule. So A is the lower set limit, matlab the best case scenario, the M is the most likely scenario, and C is the pessimistic scenario. So we have a data set called the points, suppose the DCRM data, some IR data, and the contact resistance data. There will be the scattered range of points that will be getting in the graph. So for integrating this in the standard deviation through the standard deviation methodology, if we can plot a graph on, of course, on the history also of the breaker, then we can easily predict the failure of the breaker, failure prospect of the breaker, and plan so that the grid does not fail in case that breaker is very risky enough for its operation. So this is a test case. We are implementing this in Samanvay in our SAP platform. So an AI enabled system can take smart decisions on its own to maintain system reliability and automatically raise an alarm to isolate such equipment which is showing signs of any abnormality, and adjusting the system to more stable condition. Now adjusting the system to more stable condition is a more like what we have heard just now from our eminent speakers, that artificial neural networks. Artificial neural networks are different from fuzzy logics in the sense that artificial neural networks can learn, it can machine learn. The fuzzy logic is something that you would say in practical aspects like washing machines you would see. There, in machine learning, the system learns from you, learns from the data that is created, the history and everything. So if we want to change ourselves to AI based power system, we have a very important thing to remember, that we need comprehensive data sets of every level, at every equipment level, at every site, so that we can have a data repository, so that this system can make decisions on its own and get to a more stable state. This is the basic architecture level of AI based system that I am trying to show to you all. The lower portion is the SCADA enabled system. Here, left, yeah. Here the operator display is there is a human intervention in there. But when we are talking about AI based system, there is a there is a master artificial intelligence system which gathers data from load management, equipment condition monitoring, predictive maintenance, fault identification and demand side management and system health monitoring. Now how to correlate this data so that it can make decisions is through this method, one proposed method that is based on the probabilistic modeling, that through standard deviation. So this master data gets feedback from and learning from this artificial intelligence system. Of course, creating of this artificial intelligence system is a mammoth task in itself, but if we can give proper data sets and input to it, we can definitely go for it. In DVC we have implemented a meter management data system, where at a single click we can get the data of nearly 350 industrial consumers at one click. Also there are different kinds of what I have told earlier in breaker, regarding CTs, transformers. We have different kinds of data sets that we are slowly integrating, so that those data in 15 minutes IP intervals can be integrated into the server, and that server would be intelligent enough to take decisions regarding the stability of the system. So I am going to hand over to Sri D.N. Tripathi, who will percolate further on this issue.
Thank you. डिमांड साइड मैनेजमेंट. आप डिमांड साइड मैनेजमेंट मीन्स हम लोग के पास में जब स्मार्ट मीटर पूरा घर घर में लग जाएगा, हम लोग के पास में जो भी मीटर का डाटा है, हमारा जो लोकल मैनेजमेंट, लोकल लोड सेंटर है, उस वहाँ पर अवेलेबल रहेगा. तो उसमें क्या कर सकते हैं, हम हर मीटर में कितना एनर्जी कंजम्पशन हो रहा है हम देख रहे हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल हम देख रहे हैं कि हमारा एग्जांपल लेते हैं कि बंगाल में 1.5 लाख घर है जहाँ पर एनर्जी कंजम्पशन ओनली 1 बल्ब 9 वाट बल्ब का कंजम्पशन है. सडनली कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ गया ग्रिड में, तो हमको क्या करना है कि लोड कटलमेंट करना है. तो लोड कटलमेंट करने के लिए उसी टाइम में हम क्या करेंगे, डायरेक्ट स्ट्राइक आउट कर सकते हैं. उस जो 1 लाख घर में 9 वाट का बल्ब ओनली कंजम्पशन हो रहा है, हम उसको आउट कर सकते हैं. उसमें क्या होगा, मेरा कोई भी ग्रिड फेलियर से बच जाएगा और कोई भी किसी भी तरह का मेरा लॉसेस नहीं होगा, सिस्टम में लॉसेस नहीं होगा. लाइक हमारा जो डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ हम लोग जो प्लांट को पावर देते हैं, अलग अलग प्लांट का अलग अलग लोड कैटेगरी, अलग अलग लोड मेथड रहता है. जैसे HURL, हिंदुस्तान ऊर्जा रसायन लिमिटेड, एक नया प्लांट है, अभी रिसेंटली एस्टेब्लिश हुआ है. वो प्लांट का स्टार्टअप टाइम है 4 डेज. एक बार वो प्लांट ट्रिप कर जाता है, उसको चालू करने के लिए 4 दिन लगता है. वहाँ पर जो फाइनेंशियल लॉसेस है हैवी है. उसी पर एक स्टील प्लांट है, एक स्टील प्लांट में जब रनिंग स्टील रोल होता है, अब स्टील प्लांट का पावर फेलियर हो जाता है तो कोबल फॉर्मेशन होता है. उस कंडीशन में फिर कोबल रिमूव करके प्लांट को फिर स्टार्ट करने में उसमें 5 से 6 घंटा टाइम बर्बाद होता है और ह्यूज मॉनिटरी लॉसेस भी होता है. वो सबको इंटीग्रेट करके हम लोग को स्मूथ चलाने के लिए ये जो डिमांड साइड मैनेजमेंट करना बहुत जरूरी है. हम लोग अभी जो पावर ग्रिड का बस साहब बोल रहे थे उसमें बहुत अच्छा से किए थे. पावर ग्रिड ऑलरेडी इम्प्लीमेंट कर चुका है. विजुअल सेंसर, abnormal sound sensor, thermal image sensor, ASCOT sensor, heat sensor, online condition monitoring. These are usually developed and used by Power Grid also, but we are now implementing these in our new ERP module. Key benefit of AI in power system, better fuel management. हमारे पास जब स्मार्ट मीटर लग जाएगा, हमारे पास डाटाबेस फुल रहेगा, तो हम लोग का रिक्वायरमेंट के मुताबिक हम लोग शेड्यूलिंग कर सकते हैं और शेड्यूलिंग मुताबिक हम लोग पावर जनरेशन कर सकते हैं. और उसके साथ अभी क्या होता है, RE एनर्जी जो RE है रिन्यूएबल है, उसके साथ हम इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल पंप स्टोरेज पावर प्लांट, हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि अभी पावर का कॉस्ट बहुत कम है, तो हम पंप स्टोरेज पावर प्लांट को चला के हम पावर को स्टोर करके रख सकते हैं.
क्योंकि कोई भी पावर को स्टोर करने के लिए एक तो हम लोग के पास में बैटरी चाहिए, नहीं तो पंप स्टोरेज का कोई ना एक मेथड चाहिए। हमारे पास सोलर, जैसे सोलर तो ऑलवेज सोलर अवेलेबल है, दिन में ओनली सोलर अवेलेबल है, रात में तो उसी पावर को देना है। तो इसलिए हम लोग को दिन के टाइम में हम पंप स्टोरेज प्लांट चालू करके पावर हम वाटर को हम कंजर्वर में स्टोर करके जब पीक टाइम में उसको हम यूज कर सकते हैं। और हाइडल प्रोजेक्ट क्या होता है, सबसे बेस्ट होता है कि उसको लाइट अप करने के लिए, चलाने के लिए कोई ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लगता है। रिडक्शन कार्बन फुटप्रिंट, एनहांस ग्रिड स्टेबिलिटी, लेस इक्विपमेंट फेलर। जब सब बोले तो जैसे हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं, इसमें जब DCRM इस सब का डाटा को एनालिसिस करेंगे, हम लोग जो समन्वय अभी इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं उसमें क्या होगा, इक्विपमेंट फेलर का रेट घट जाएगा। ये ऑलरेडी पावर ग्रिड भी इम्प्लीमेंट कर चुका है। इंप्रूविंग एफिशिएंसी थ्रू बेटर लोड मैनेजमेंट, इंप्रूविंग ग्रिड सिस्टम स्टेबिलिटी एंड लोअर डाउन टाइम प्रेडिक्टिव मेंटेनेंस। लेकिन AI का एक हम सिंपल एग्जाम्पल की तरफ मैं बताना चाहता हूँ। अभी हम लोग का DBC एक AI टूल को इम्प्लीमेंट करके कितना बेटरमेंट पाया है। हम लोग के पास में नियरली 350 कंज्यूमर्स है जिनको हम पावर देते हैं DBC में। अभी हम लोग रिसेंटली 11 के वी में ई हाउस के थ्रू में 11 के वी में जो सीमेंट्स हम लोग का प्रोवाइड किया है ई हाउस 11 के में हम लोग अभी भी जा रहे हैं। इसमें भी और रिसेंटली 100 नंबर ऑफ कंज्यूमर्स, बिकॉज दे आर इन स्मॉल इन साइज बट नंबर ऑफ कंज्यूमर्स इंक्रीज, हम लोग का कंज्यूमर बेस में आ रहे हैं। तो हम लोग के लिए सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है, चैलेंज यही है बिल जनरेट करना। हम लोग तो पावर दे देंगे, पैसा नहीं लाएंगे तो फिर हम लोग सिस्टम चलाएंगे कैसे? सबका मुंह में तो पैसा ही है। तो क्या होता है, जब हम लोग बिल जनरेट करने के लिए जाते हैं, जैसे मैं जब एक सबस्टेशन इंचार्ज था, मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता था, 1 तारीख को कहाँ भी हो छुट्टी नहीं मिलेगा, क्योंकि आपको बिल जनरेट करना है। बिल जनरेट करने के लिए हर कंज्यूमर के पास जाओ, मीटर लेके, लैपटॉप लेके डाटा एक्विजिशन करके लाओ, फिर उसका बिलिंग फाइल जनरेट करो, फिर उसको इनपुट दो, इनपुट देने के बाद फिर बिल जनरेट होगा, बिल जनरेट होने के बाद फिर उनको 15 दिन का टाइम देना है। बिल जनरेट करने में मैंने लास्ट 10 तारीख हो जाता था कि कंप्लीट बिल जनरेट प्रोसेस कंप्लीट होने, और 10 तारीख बिल जनरेट करते, वो 25 तारीख को पेमेंट करते थे। 1 महीना में पावर हम लोग का हो गया कि अब 1 तारीख का बिल दे रहे 25 तारीख को। अभी उसके लिए हम लोग क्या किए, रिसेंटली RMR रिमोट मीटरिंग यूनिट को इम्प्लीमेंट किए, जो RE कनेक्ट के साथ मिलके हम लोग इसको डेवलप किए हैं। जिसमें क्या हो रहा है मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, सिंपली दिखा रहा हूँ। अब जब 350 कंज्यूमर का मैंने बात कर रहा था, जब 350 कंज्यूमर का डेली हम लोग कंज्यूमर के पास जाके उनका मीटरिंग सिस्टम क्या काम कर रहा है, किस तरह का काम कर रहा है, ये तो देखना हम लोग के लिए पॉसिबल नहीं था। महीना लास्ट में हम लोग गए, देखे उसमें क्या है, तो हम लोग उसमें देखे कि नहीं मीटरिंग महीना भर ठीक हुआ ना नहीं। अभी हम लोग के AI में देखिए डेली हमारे पास मेल आ जाता है कि इस तरह का कैटेगराइज कर दिया गया है, जो कि ये ऑटोमेटिकली वो लर्न करके देखता है। ये जैसे इसमें खोल के दिखा रहा हूँ, इसमें क्या है, वोल्टेज करंट एंड पावर रिलेटेड इवेंट। ये वोल्टेज रिलेटेड इवेंट, कोई भी मेरा कंज्यूमर है, जैसे पिछला कल 3 कंज्यूमर के पास में हमारा वोल्टेज रिलेटेड इवेंट क्रिएट हुआ था। क्या हो सकता है, कोई पीटी फेल किया है, क्या होता है कि कोई पीटी का वोल्टेज आप इसमें ऐसा किया है कि जो हम 2 फेज का वोल्टेज लेते हैं मीटरिंग के लिए, क्योंकि 2 फेज 3 फेज वायर मीटर में करते हैं, कोई भी 5% का वेरिएशन आएगा ऑटोमेटिकली ये मेरे पास में एक मेल ड्रॉप करेगा। जैसे मैक्सिमम ड्रायर का कोई भी कंज्यूमर हम लोग के पास मैक्सिमम ड्रॉ कर रहा है, उसके लिए भी हम लोग के पास में डाटा आ जाता है। और इसमें करंट का इवेंट एवरीथिंग ऑल आर इन हमारे पास डेली बेसिस में सुबह में आता है, तो हम लोग उसमें क्विक एक्शन ले सकते हैं। और इसमें क्या होता है, हम जब 1 तारीख को ऑटोमेटिकली 1 तारीख को हम लोग क्या करते हैं, डाटा को सिंपली 1 क्लिक किया हम लोग फेच कर लेते हैं। और फेच करने के बाद सबमिट करने के बाद 1 तारीख जैसे हम डाटा सबमिट किया और फेच करके हमारा 1 तारीख सेम डेट में बिल जनरेट हो जाता है। और उसमें क्या करते हैं, फिर वही 15 दिन देते हैं कम से कम। और उसमें भी अभी क्या करते हैं, 4 तारीख 5 दिन के अंदर पेमेंट कीजिए, रिबेट मिल जाता है। हम लोग का जो कैपेक्स का जो प्रॉब्लम है वो भी सॉल्व हो जाता है, बैंक लोन ये सब भी बहुत मतलब ये हम लोग बहुत फायदा होता है। इसलिए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को यूज करने के बाद सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम भी होता है। प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को यूज करने के बाद? मैं आपको सिंपली क्योंकि देखिए मैं हूँ प्रैक्टिकल फील्ड का, मैं प्रैक्टिकल के बात में करना चाहता हूँ। जैसे HURL का मैं आपको एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूँ। HURL का कैप्टिव पावर प्लांट है, उनका जो प्लांट सप्लायर है, जैसे सर बैठे हैं हिटाची का, उनका प्लांट सप्लायर जो है, उनका प्लांट सप्लायर है हनीवेल ऑटोमेशन। और हम लोग DVC में जो ऑटोमेशन कर रहे हैं हम लोग के साथ में है हेल्टन टेक्नोलॉजी। दोनों का बीच में क्या होता है, डाटा शेयरिंग में प्रॉब्लम आता है। जैसे अभी उनका पावर प्लांट का जो डाटा है हम अपना स्क्रीन में दिखाना चाहते हैं, हनीवेल ऑटोमेशन बोले नहीं मेरा पैनल में आप कुछ काम नहीं कर सकते, आप कुछ काम कीजिए, कुछ प्रॉब्लम मेरा वारंटी अवॉइड। तो मेरे पास HURL है, सर आप बोले कि आपका मेरा डाटा चाहिए, लेकिन मैं कैसे दूं डाटा? तो हम लोग तो AI का बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जब तक जैसे मोबाइल होता था टाइप C चार्जर का कोड है, जब सब तक टाइप C का, क्यों अभी आप लोग का मोनोपोली चल रहा है, जब तक टाइप C आ जाएगा आप लोग का चार्जर, उसके बाद वही 5,000 में कभी कोई नहीं खरीदेगा। उसी तरह जब तक स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन नहीं होगा AI को इम्प्लीमेंट करना इतना ईजी नहीं है। क्योंकि हम लोग कोई भी चीज बोलते हैं जब तक गवर्नमेंट को उसमें इंटरवेंस करना पड़ेगा, कुछ चेंजेस करना पड़ेगा, और उसके बाद जब कुछ स्टैंडर्ड रूल एंड रेगुलेशन बनाएगा तो हम लोग उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाएंगे। और सबसे बड़ा होता है हैक का, जब एयरपोर्ट हैक हो जाता है तो फिर हम लोग का क्या हो सकता है, कुछ भी हो सकता है। तो ये भी तो सबसे बड़ा चीज है, हम लोग पूरा डाटा को फ्री में छोड़ देंगे, उसके बाद कोई हैक कर लिया तो क्या होगा, यही सब चीज होता है। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much. We are thankful to Engineer Uday Shankar Baral and Engineer DN Tripathi. I would like to request Engineer Bapai Sarkar, who is the Secretary of BKTPP Zone Engineers Welfare Forum, to come up on stage to felicitate Engineer Uday Shankar Baral and Engineer DN Tripathi, please. Engineer Bapai Sarkar, please. Please give him a big round of applause. Yeah, we are not charging any GST for clapping, okay? So, just to gain the energy after lunch break, you have to, clap louder to boost your energy, right? Yeah, thank you. It's a wonderful audience, thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to request our speaker to stay in the auditorium because we'll be having our panel discussion where students, lots of students are present over here, and all the engineers are requested to note down your questions, what you want to ask to our speaker. We'll be having our panel discussion shortly after the presentations. We are in the last phase of our presentation, only 2 speakers left. So I would like to call upon stage our next speaker, Engineer Abhijit Roy. Oh, okay, sorry, my bad, I have not, checked it. To felicitate Engineer D.N. Tripathi, I would like to request Shandip Jana, our president of KTBP EWF zone, to come up on stage to felicitate Engineer D.N. Tripathi. Yeah, thank you. Just remember, whenever you clap loudly. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Shandipda. So our next speaker, going forward about our next speaker. Our next speaker is Engineer Abhijit Roy. Our next speaker is Engineer Abhijit Roy, who is DGM of Strategy and Analytics of CESC Limited. Engineer Abhijit Roy is an MBA graduate. Alongside, he is also an electrical engineer with over 18 years of experience in spanning the entire power sector value chain. He has begun his career at Siemens before taking on key role at Areva T&D and Crompton, where he led the business planning and analytics in transmission and distribution domain. In his current role as a DGM Strategy and Analytics at CSC, Engineer Abhijit Roy has been instrumental in business planning, driving strategic projects, and leading digital transformation initiatives. So, again, give a big round of applause for Engineer Abhijit Roy. Thank you.
Thanks for the introduction. I'll just need Yeah, good afternoon everyone. Am I audible there? Yeah. First of all, thanks to Engineers Welfare Forum, West Bengal Power Department, for inviting us to have my discussion here with you. As you know that I am from CESC, and CESC is an electric utility. We are serving to the 37 lakhs of consumers in Kolkata, also parts of Rajasthan, Noida, and recently we have taken over Chandigarh as well. Well, many of the decisions that we traditionally take used to be through the experiences of the engineers and the managers. But over the years, we have learned that if you use technology, we can have a better informed decisions. So the journey of AI or artificial intelligence for CSC, it started a couple of years back. And today I'm going to just tell you some of the use cases we have applied in CSC. Now, why are you using data analytics? First of all, we have understood that there are main 4 pillars for taking informed decision. One is enhancing customer experience, improving our operational efficiency, optimizing cost, and obviously increasing the capex utilization. Being a utility, we are actually obliged to the consumers for the better service, quality power supply 24/7 at the most minimal cost. Now, since resources are limited, we need to utilize the resources at the hilt of it. So, in terms of data analytics, we are using for driving our actionable insights. So there are different data that we are processing, like billing data, SCADA data, IT, OT, ERP, complaint handling and everything. And this we have a analytics engine, and we have certain KPIs that that defines the objectives. To give a basic idea about the BI architecture, so we have got the different sources, the billing, let's say CRM, SCADA, MDAS, site office, this operation data and all. We have a layer, ETL layer, where it pulls up the data from different systems. There is a BI data warehouse where it's processed. Then there is analytics layer we have through Python or Weka, and then we have a visual analytics tool, that is the Tableau. Analytics are mainly 4 types: descriptive, diagnostic, predictive and prescriptive. We'll not get into details of it. We'll just straight away go to the use cases. First use case that I want to show to you is the network planning tool. Now every year we had been, let's say, spending, close to more than 500-600 crores in developing our network in Kolkata. I'm sure, power department, SADCL, they are also doing similar kind of maybe in a more further times more than us. But here what we are doing that if I am going to spend every crore of it, where we should be spending. So to identify the most, I would say the most sensitive area where we can actually get the most ROI. So this is a DS transformer loading heat map. So across, let's say this is a map of Kolkata, where in the most peak season, during summer peak, where the peak load out here last year was around 2700 plus megawatt, whereas the average load is around 1400-1500 megawatts for the year. The challenge is how we can use the network, how we can manage the peak, which is more than twice close to average peak, and that is only for the few years, few hours of a year. Now we are trying to identify only those locations where we can put the additional load. Now this is the heat map of the DS transformers, where we can actually see that every transformer which is loaded or which is underloaded. So this tool actually defines that what is the action required for, let's say, a substation, which is a CT substation, where the transformer T1 or let's say T3 is overloaded. The system identifies what corrective actions we should take before we go for a new transformer replacement. First of all, it will see that whether we have a load shifting option available nearby. The tool will also say that what is the space provision in the adjacent transformers and also in the nearest DS. So considering all these options, whether we go for a transformer augmentation, whether we want to go for a new transformer, whether we can transfer the load to a nearby substations, all these things, the decisions are thrown through this tool. Similarly, for the LT transformer, the DTs, distributed transformers, similar kind of a tool we are having, which actually identifies that what is the loading of the transformer during the peak season. So there are certain transformers which is more than 140% loaded for a couple of hours in a year, 120% loaded. So we identify those zones and we do a clustering analysis. So this shows that what are the clusters of transformers. We are not only going here by individual transformers, we are going by the cluster. Let's say in a particular area there are 4 different transformers, okay, and this zone has a particular loading. We check that whether there is a adjacent zone where we can shift this load. If we are able to shift this load, we can manage this load with a limited capex utilization. Now there is a health indexing tool. Since CSC is more than, let's say, 125 years of old organization, we have certain assets which are close to 70-80 years of age, mainly the power transformers. And we have developed a tool which actually assesses the transformer health, whether the transformer is suitable to work in next 10 years, 15 years, what is the shelf life of the transformers going ahead. So what we have done, historically all the data, let's say it's Furan data, all the health analytics data, all the diagnostic data that we have been able to capture, we have developed an algorithm through which it does a scoring. Now we can identify which are the transformers that are highly deteriorated, which are moderate, which are good. So based on this deterioration, we take a decision that whether we are going to replace this transformer or whether we can do certain overhauling transformer, whether so that the life of the transformer is increased. So this recommendation system, this is also given by this tool. It can tell that okay, whether the maintenance is required or not, when it is required, whether you change the oil filter, replace oil, or you can monitor the bushing. So everything, this is all defined through this system. Now next is a customer related algorithm that analytics we have. So during the peak season, let's say from April till June, there would be increase in the load for at a distribution transformer level, and there is a lot of low voltage complaint that the customers make. Now how to address those low voltage complaint in a very prompt way and with a minimum usage of resources. So what we do is that we do certain clustering techniques where, let's say we have got some thousands of low voltage complaints. We do certain prioritization clustering based on repetitive faults, the consumption data, clustered consumer numbers, some VIP or sensitive customers, and additional load applications. So we can identify which are the sensitive customers, high revenue customers, some repeated complaints which are happening. Based on this, we do certain clustering to identify with less target area how we can address most of the consumers. So here you can see there is a scoring cluster being done, and we will do a sort analysis and we will see that which is the most the priority area that we should target so that maximum of the consumers are addressed. So this is a prioritization low voltage complaint tool that we have, which gives a different scoring pattern to identify which is the most vulnerable areas. So this is an area, let's say a district cluster. This is our number 02219. Number of consumers in that small area is 17 which are affected, and the overall score is 501. So it's the highest score. So we are going to first address this area. Okay. Next we have one cable fault prediction system. Most of the network out here, be it low voltage, LV or the HT, are underground. So we have been able to identify, develop in-house system where we can to some extent predict that which HT cable is most vulnerable and which is prone to fail. So based on this, we can take action, right? Rather, we can take a decision that whether we want to load the this cable to a particular threshold or not, whether we want to replace this cable or not, whether we want to reorganize the network or not. So this tool actually helps us identify. So we have what we have done. We have got around 30 plus input parameters from the SCADA and also the field data. There is a AIML, there is a model that we have developed in the Veka tool, which every week it gives the list of cables which are prone to fail. So based on that list, we take a decision what we need to do, whether we need to reduce the load of that cable, whether we need to reorganize the network. So these things are being done, and what we identified there, the detection rate is more than 70% for this tool. I'll not go with the approach here. So this is a, so we have done historical data. There is a predictive tool, forecast for each of the load. Every week, every month, day ahead, we give the fault status, and then we verify it. And then the system gives a feedback to tune the model further. Well, this is a revenue protection. It was a very simple kind of a thing we have done. This is not related to power system, but I just thought to just share with you. So what happens that out of 37 lakhs of consumers, there are many consumers which are, let's say, although they are using commercial, as an application, but the tariff is of domestic. So we have done a simple analysis, like from the names, let's say if it is a shop or an automobile or a retail shop, from the address field we have collected the data. From the website, I mean from Just Dial, from different websites, we have scrapped the data using fuzzy matching logic. We have mapped it with our database and we have checked whether this customer is a domestic or a commercial, and we have identified that, let's say our system identifies it as a commercial, but actually in a billing system it is as domestic. So we have changed, we have actually given the customer notices that you need to change this tariff category. So this is how we are also doing sort of revenue protection through tariff mismatch. Lastly, that we want to show you is a sentiment analysis tool. So see, sentiment analysis, there are multiple customer touch points that we are having. There are customer walk-ins that we have, but mostly, as you know, that the consumers are now very much, I mean, using the Facebook, Twitter and all. Now how we can get those data from the system, and just to understand what is the behavior of the consumer, what they are thinking, what is the most difficult problem that they are facing. So what we have done, that we have a social listening tool known as LocoBuzz that we have developed, and it uses the LLM model, large language model, which actually scraps all the social media, it searches all the social media engines and it throws up what is the sentiment that the consumers are having. So this is an overview of the sentiment analysis that we have. What is the consumer mood, what is the positive and the negative, what are the different types of complaints they are talking about. See, there are complaints that which they actually call up the call center, but there are many complaints that which they are posting in the social media, and it's very difficult for, I mean, humanly it's not possible to check all the social media contents, the post individually. So this is a social listening tool that helps us to actually get what the consumers are telling. Okay, like the complaints could be for due to supply, due to voltage issues, due to emergency, due to some new connections. There could be billing complaints, and also it gives you the area that which area, what type of complaints are there. What is the people in Panihati in the north of the part of the city they are talking about, what is the people in the south part of the city they are talking about. So this throws up a good insight from the consumer point of view. Apart from this, there is a called word cloud. I mean, this is the most, I mean, discussed topic which is in the social media, which is going, it throws up like recurring power issues, prolonged power outages. Okay, then there is pay online. Okay, these are the points which are the consumers are talking about in the social media. So this is what we have for today. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It was very much insightful and very much practical example you have given. I would like to request to stay a little bit in the podium. Just to felicitate sir, I would like to request Engineer Shubhro Sen, who is executive member of our CEC EWF, to come up on stage to felicitate Engineer Abhijit Roy. Engineer Shubhro Sen. Okay, so Engineer Shubhro Sen is right now not present, so I would like to request Tridip Devnath to come up on stage to felicitate Engineer Abhijit Roy. So ladies and gentlemen, Tridip Devnath is a CEC executive member of EWF, felicitating Engineer Abhijit Roy. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tridip Devnath and Engineer Abhijit Roy. So our last speaker of this technical session is Engineer Joy Chakraborty, who is the divisional engineer of WBREDA, who has done some research on climate resilient technologies and also engaged in energy conservation, renewable energy, AI integration, and electric mobility and green cooking practices. So with a big round of applause, please welcome Engineer Joy Chakraborty.
Good afternoon. In the video, we have seen what has happened to Indian cities under Pradhan Mantri Suryaghar Muft Bijli Yojana. It's an ambitious program, the target to cover 1 crore household of this country through rooftop solar. So till now, the situation is that, say, in West Bengal, CESC or WBPDCL, they purchase power from 2-3 power producers. So after integration of this program, there will be lakhs of power producers which the grid has to accommodate. You see, this is the scenario in regard to solar energy up to 31st December last year, that almost 1 lakh megawatt is installed across the country, and out of this 15 is for rooftop solar. So grid integration through lakhs of prosumers who are produce and also consume is the present day scenario challenge before any power supplier company in the name of popularly distribution company. You see, this is the Government of India target that presently, yes, out of we have 4 lakh megawatt of installed capacity in this country, clubbing all sources. Out of this, almost 50% goes to renewable. But if you consider the energy side, we are far behind in regard to the coal-based thermal generation. So the government has put the target of 27% of energy mix by 2027, it will be from renewable. And another target is that is very important, that is clubbing with the storage. You know that all these efforts, these are connected to limit the global atmospheric temperature rise by 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030. And we have two major programs in this country. One is renewable, another is the electric mobility motion. So electric mobility mission, if it is to be, presently it is now a black to grey route, means grey to green route, means we are taking electricity from coal and charge the battery. At the end of the day, the battery enables the vehicle to move. So at the point of transport, it doesn't emit anything. Say we are flying through a Toto or a e-vehicle, say in Salt Lake, so it doesn't emit anything in Salt Lake at the point of transport, but for that, somewhere coal is burning, say in Durgapur or Kolaghat. So it is not a full green solution, it is a grey to green solution. So our objective is to convert is to green solution. Means finally the rooftop solar is to be coupled with the EV. So one side, the lakhs of consumers, they are now converting into consumer plus producer, means the prosumer. Second, the EV has come, and in domestically a sizable number of people in Kolkata at least, they are using electric two-wheelers. So clubbing and integration of these two is a challenge before this. And in this particular juncture, what I want to say before you, that why we are doing so. So this is the last year's data, that you know the 2024 was the hottest year of human civilization as recorded so far, and 242 million children in 85 countries including India, they couldn't go to school for at least 45 days in a year due to different climate catastrophes. You see that last year there was the general election, and the people like you and me who are in government sector, they seldom has the time to do election duties, and the people in Odisha and Delhi and Uttar Pradesh, they died in numbers during the heat wave in the last year's summer election. You see on the side, this is the Delhi hospital data, that how many people brought dead and brought to the hospital due to heat wave in the last year. So this is a very complex scenario. On one hand, we try to reduce our atmospheric temperature. For that, we have two major programs. One is coupling renewable and EV. On another hand, we are talking about now the artificial intelligence. So one important issue so far we have not touched in today's seminar regarding the artificial intelligence, that it is an energy hungry thing. Artificial intelligence, it consumes plenty of energy as compared to conventional Google search or search in internet. So on one hand, if we want to reduce our energy consumption, which comes from coal, on other hand, when we are applying artificial intelligence, it enhances our electricity or energy consumption. This is a complex mix and is the largest challenge what I think so far. You know that from very beginning of today's seminar, people are talking about the bias in data in artificial intelligence system. Say if you go to a bank, try to settle your claim, you see entire system is biased to the banking authority. If you want to purchase a flat, when do agreement and other things you will execute, you will deeply find that the entire system is biased to the promoter or developer. And then when you will settle a claim with a distribution company, unfortunately, the entire system is biased to the distribution company. So we are already in a biased system where consumer is ultimately the last priority. Consumer is the last priority. I want to share 2-3 examples with you. People are talking about installation of smart meters. In West Bengal, as per the decision of the state government, the smart meters are installed in government premises. It's the priority that government premises will be covered first, and thousands of government premises are covered already. So when we put a rooftop solar under this smart meter regime, what happens that previously in the billing it was transparently visible that how much solar is produced and paid to the grid. Now it is not visible. Now it is not visible. The distribution company says that they take the measurement, but it is not visible to the consumer. So where the consumer will go to settle the issue? The local distribution office, they cannot. The regional office, they cannot, because it is their billing configuration as it is decided at their headquarter level. So how people can address this issue when after installation of a rooftop solar, their bills are increasing? Yes, their bill will increase because the meter logic, they sense if there is any imbalance in any phase, they treat it as a tamper. And so they add this figure instead of subtracting to the consumption from the grid. This is on one hand of the story. You know that in last year there is a regulation came in West Bengal Electricity Regulatory Commission where the state DISCOM, that is WBPDCL, they have declared that you need not to connect through net metering or gross metering arrangement if you think so, if you want to operate the system on self-consumption mode. So you have to pay to the DISCOM at a certain charge. Presently it is ₹20 per kVA per month. So we have tried in Haldia municipality last month that the campus of Haldia municipality, the rooftop solar, they integrated with the DISCOM grid in self-consumption mode. Again, the issue is that through AI monitoring system, if it is a load imbalance, so we have a 50 kilowatt system, our load demand is 15, but if it is a 12 kilowatt is the minimum load in the any phase, the system operates in 12 kilowatt level. Means if it is a 50 kilowatt solar, only 12 kilowatt comes from solar to consumption on self, balance they take from the grid. So until and unless the balance in all three phases will be done, the entire benefit will not be transferred in monetary terms. So the point is very clear that the things are biased to the people who are controlling the system, and there lies the danger of this system, because people like you and me, we are very small by to combat such situation. I am coming to another issue, that is how we integrate and why the integrations are important and what are the integrations done. So this is a floating solar. We are in the WBPDCL headquarter here, this building. So they are one of the pioneering organization who are doing floating solar in lot. Where they are doing the floating solar? At their ponds which are available with their thermal power generation stations. See, for Bengal, the western part of the Bengal, popularly known as West Bengal, we have plenty of water bodies in urban, semi-urban and rural areas. So if the government want to have a comprehensive policy to install the floating solar across the state in different districts. So there is a common minimum measurement point because it disturbs the flora and fauna, it disturbs the marine life, there are many issues. So integration and impact assessment. Again comes the question of impact assessment related to environment. You know, all the major projects in India which have done so far, that attract a huge public agitation due to deforestation, the shifting of population at very moment. There is a project in Karnataka, they want to integrate 3 big hydel power stations for, you know, the Karnataka is the only state of this country who have already 50% of their energy come from renewables. They have made it happen. So in West Bengal we are far from that, but in Karnataka they have made it happen. They are taking 50% of their energy as on date from renewable, and hydro is one of the major source. So there is a debate that in the Western Ghat, in the name of our more energy generation, shall we destroy the local ecosystem? What is the impact and what will be the remedies? And you know that in case of remedies concerned, whatever commitments we people make before the Green Tribunal, before the Supreme Court or any other, due to lack of very low surveillance on part of the people, the most of the things didn't mature. And there are many stories, there are many movements, and there are many documents. End of the day, our tribal people are dissettled, our ecology is in danger. And the deadliest demonstration we have seen in Uttarakhand in repeated occasions, that what result the nature can give you back in case of unplanned hydropower development. So how AI can be integrated to have a, people are talking about the informed decision. You can understand the pattern of the system. So our pattern of the very good administration is to neglect the end user. So is it a good system to be the biased, already percolated in the AI system, can it be extrapolated, the things come over here? I think many of you who are interested have gone through the book of Noah Harari in the name of Nexus. So in Nexus, it's a voluminous book. If you have interest and have time to go through, they are talking about a single thing that is a very important proposition in respect of AI is concerned. That is the other thing other than the bias, that is the justice. And the justice is based on ethical justice. So these 3 parameters, I have demonstrated little bit, and the time is not very with me, that we are in a position that we are simultaneously in a country which have 2 names. One is Bharat, another is India. Sometimes they conflict, sometimes they converge. So in case of artificial intelligence and also for renewable energy, both are presently in the transition phase. Because India is planning a large to have meeting their commitment which they have made in 2015 Paris Climate Accord, and India has taken the path to large scale renewable integration and also electric mobility. And also artificial intelligence, definitely we are not in the phase of US or China as of now, but since our people, we have a long background of IT professionals in this country who are serving in Silicon City to other places of the world. So we have a bus, I think not missed so far, what we have missed the solar bus in 2015, that time. We were at par with the China, but China is now world number 2, we are now not in that position. So with these integrations, that yes, definitely the people's participation and the conscious application of your mind and a continuous surveillance on part of the, say, 5th tier of the democracy. You know that we want to have the developed country from a developing stage to developed nation in the world, and if you want to do so, that definitely other than the judiciary, executives, parliament, media, the 5th pillar which is very popular in US and Europe, that is the people's movement and that is the citizens movement, that is very important in case of a proper AI propagation in this country. Otherwise the gap in between the India and Bharat may be widened. Say today morning when I was coming, I am residing very close to this building, just say 1.5 kilometers from here, that is in Beleghata. I was coming by walk. So on my walk I met a coconut seller who is known to me incidentally. So I was a little talk with him and I have an information to collect from his place. So I told him, please share your number. He was ashamed. He told me that I don't have a mobile phone. So how you work? So my son has a phone. Do you know the number? Well, no sir, I don't have the number in my memory. So just this side of the road, when I cross the eastern bypass and come down this road, this is a very close location, but since a rickshaw puller was flying, he told me, will you go? So I write there, and again the question comes in my mind, have you a mobile number? He said no. So these are people, I think you will agree, these are people like you and me, these are Indian people. And when you are talking about smart classroom, artificial intelligence, learning through mobile phones, they are largely isolated from this system, and if it will be the mainstream, there is a fear and doubt in our mind that how many people will be eliminated from such system. Last but not the least, one important data I want to share with you. You know that after 2011 there is no census in this country, and 2011 there was the census. That census says that 10% of population in this city, the Kolkata, they don't have electricity. It is not that CSC is not giving them the power. It is that they are in urban slums, which may have not any legal sanctity in terms of their land own. So these people, so we are approaching to the evening. So in the evening, they will have kerosene lanterns, and with all our efforts to reduce the greenhouse gas emission, due to our failure to provide our co-citizens the grid quality power, they will operate the kerosene lantern and will add the greenhouse gas to the atmosphere. So this is a very complex reality we have. On one side, our middle class, they have the aspiration to lead the life of the people in US or Europe sitting over here. On other side, my one previous speaker has said that a sizable number of electricity consumers we have in this country, they have a single gadget, that is the electric bulb. So this is a vast difference, and if not properly under people's surveillance will not be acted, AI can make the gap wider. So with these few words, with your patience, thanks for your proposition, and at the end I want to show another video where you can understand that where we are in this city, in this district, in this state, where AI integration can do, but first we have to do the intervention, the day-to-day life of the people.
সুন্দরবন সমুদ্র তীরবর্তী নোনা পরিবেশের সবচেয়ে বড় ম্যানগ্রোভ বনাঞ্চল। বারবার পরিবেশগত নানা বিপর্যয়ের সম্মুখীন হতে হয় সুন্দরবনকে। বছরের নানা সময়ে আসা সাইক্লোনের বেশিরভাগেরই ল্যান্ডফল হয় এই সুন্দরবনেই। প্রাকৃতিক বিপর্যয়ের পাশাপাশি সুন্দরবনের পরিবেশ দূষিত হচ্ছে আরও নানা কারণে। পর্যটকদের ফেলা বর্জ্য পদার্থ যেমন দূষণের অন্যতম এক কারণ, তেমনি জীবাশ্ম জ্বালানিতে চলা ইঞ্জিনের মাধ্যমে হয়ে চলেছে বায়ু ও জলদূষণ। এই দূষণকে প্রতিরোধ করার জন্য মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের অনুপ্রেরণায় অচিরাচরিত ও পুনর্নবীকরণযোগ্য শক্তি উৎস দপ্তরের উদ্যোগে শুরু হয়েছে এক পাইলট প্রজেক্ট, জীবাশ্ম জ্বালানি বর্জন করে ব্যাটারি চালিত জলযান ই বোটের ব্যবহার। লক্ষ্য ধাপে ধাপে দূষণ মুক্ত সুন্দরবন।
আগে যন্ত্র চালিত ইঞ্জিনে ফ্রি সার্ভিস দিতাম, এখন বর্তমান ব্যাটারি চালিত ইঞ্জিন দিয়ে আমি ফ্রি সার্ভিস করছি। আগে আমার সারাদিনে 5 লিটার তেল পড়তো, অর্থাৎ 500 টাকা খরচ হতো। এখন ব্যাটারি চালিত ইঞ্জিন দিয়ে বোট চালাচ্ছি, সেই সূত্রে 100 থেকে 120 টাকা মতো খরচ হয়। এই ব্যাটারি চালিত ইঞ্জিন লাগিয়ে অনেকটা আমার সাকসেসফুল হয়েছে এবং পলিউশন থেকে মুক্ত।
এই জলযান যেমন শব্দ করবে না, তেমনি কম খরচে চালানো সম্ভব হবে, ফলে সব দিক থেকে সুবিধাজনক হবে এই ই বোট।
সঞ্জয়ের বোটে পাথর প্রতিমাতে প্রথম বৈদ্যুতিকরণ করি বোটের।
যাত্রী পরিবাহীর জন্য যে নৌকা বোটগুলো চলাচল করে সেগুলো ইঞ্জিনের পরিবর্তে ব্যাটারি দিয়ে চালানোর উদ্যোগ নেওয়া হয়েছে।
পরিবেশটাকে সুন্দর রাখার জন্য আজকের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী যে উদ্যোগ নিয়েছেন, আমরা সুন্দরবনবাসী হিসেবে মুখ্যমন্ত্রীকে বিশেষভাবে ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি।
সুন্দরবনে বসবাসকারী মানুষজন যথাযথভাবে এই উদ্যোগে সাড়া দিয়েছেন।
যে উদ্যোগ মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় নিয়েছেন এবং এনার যে অচিরাচরিত শক্তির দপ্তরের উদ্যোগে যে ওটা হয়েছে, সেটা আগামী দিনের এটা যদি প্রত্যেকটা জায়গায় করা হয় তাহলে আগামী দিনে এটা খুব ভালো হবে।
সুন্দরবনকে দূষণমুক্ত করার লক্ষ্যে সুন্দরবনবাসীর পাশে রয়েছে রাজ্য সরকারের নতুন ও নবীকরণযোগ্য শক্তির উৎস দপ্তর।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It was really very brief and very easy to understand and relatable to our practical implementation and practical life. So I would like to request our engineer Shomen Das Saheb to come up on stage to felicitate engineer Joy Chakraborty. Engineer Shomen Das, who is the secretary of CEC EWF. Please give him a big round of applause. And It was our last speaker. It is the end of our technical session. So, I would like to request Shovinda Sahib to stay on stage because we will be having a lucky draw for the quiz contest we have during this technical session and whole day seminar day. So, sir, please stay on stage. I would like to request him to draw a lucky winner for the quiz competition was going on. So 70% of the answer actually correctly answered. 70% of you have answered the quiz correctly. So we have our winner here. He is Dhira Chandra Dash, Ideal Institute of Engineering. Our next winner is Ajay Kumar Thakur, Haldia Institute of Technology. So, all the names I am calling, please come up on stage to collect their prize. I would like to request Ajay Kumar Thakur and Dhiraj Chandra Dash to come up on stage to collect their prize, winning prize. Congratulations to all of them. So we'll be having our panel discussion shortly after this, and Engineer Shomin Dash is giving the prize to the winners, Ajay Kumar Thakur and Dhiraj Chandra Dash. So, for the panel discussion, I would like to request our organizer to give some chair, and I would like to request our honorable speakers to come up on stage for the discussion session. Whoever, maximum I can see that students are there. So, any language you are comfortable in, any kind of question you have in your mind, please ask. Please feel free to ask. Whatever confusion you have, we are not expecting any kind of question like Einstein will ask. You are the students, maybe from the second year, maybe from the third year, or maybe from the final year. So whatever question comes in your mind, you are free to ask to our respected speakers. We have a very brief time for this session. After this, the gift will be distributed from the registration stage where you registered in the morning. No? You will get your gifts from that just after submitting the gift coupon. So after this panel discussion and vote of thanks, we will be distributing the gifts from there. Only after the vote of thanks we will be giving the gifts from there. So just be patient. And in this session particularly, I would like to request gather some encouragement, gather some courage to ask the question, whatever you have understood, whatever kind of confusion you have in your mind. I would like to request one of our organizers to go over the stage, go over the auditorium and hand over the mic, whoever wants to ask anything. In any language, I will translate. If the speaker do not understand, I will translate. Please feel free to ask. Not only the students, all the engineers present over here, if you have any kind of question in your mind. Yeah, we have a student over here, I think. Please say your name.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Saurabh Kumar from Haldia Institute of Technology. My question is from Damodar Valley Corporations, as I am from Jharkhand. So, sir, what are your future plans? Because now also in my village, the electricity supply is not 24/7. So, what are your future plans for that?
It's a very, very pertinent and a very good question. I must appreciate this. Because what the last slides that we saw is inclusivity, the word that we are telling. From the grassroots level, from one bulb to 6 air conditioners and a big bungalow. Inclusivity is a bit, I would not say that Jharkhand is not progressing on that. Different kinds of government frameworks we need to put up very, very strongly.
I think the present government that is headed by Shri Hemant Soren, he is also doing magnificent jobs. One latest thing I want to tell you, because you are from Jharkhand, Gutkha is banned. You might be knowing about it.
Yes, sir.
So these kind of things reflects the governance attitudes of the people at the top. For providing electricity to the last person, last mile connectivity that we are telling in the industry parlance, you have to have strong governance. We speak of AI, ML and everything, but this question really, it is hitting inside, I can feel it. So I think from my perspective, government intervention and strong policies are the only thing that can answer your question. Thanks.
So second question is that the corporations used to develop its more energy from the thermal power plants. So sir, as we all know that Jharia is already mined up so much. So what are your future plans for the sustainability of the power plants?
See, we have already shown you the slides, but it was not long enough. The base load will continue to be thermal, whether we agree it or not. For the next, I mean, I don't know, maybe for the next 5 to 10 years, 10 years at least. For completely changing to what, in the highest perspective, what our Honorable Prime Minister has said, net zero, you've heard that thing. Net zero by 2070, right? So for achieving that, energy transition from towards solar and wind and everything, there is a huge investment upfront. And this cost implication factor comes. And for that, we need more investment to be in this sector so that we can achieve this. This is one thing. And one more important thing is people participation. People participation in the sense that this is a practical scenario that whenever we go to some kind of educational initiatives for people of that domain, they usually tell कि मेरा क्या होगा, मेरे इससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है, आप बोलिए. In local Jharkhandi language, I would say कि केकरा को हम बताएंगे अपना दुख, right?
Yes, sir.
So on that parlance, I would say that people inclusivity and policy again. This will be the only answer to the energy transition that we are going to, and Honorable Prime Minister's vision success.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your name?
Saurabh Kumar.
Saurabh Kumar. Thank you, Saurabh Kumar. Can we have a big round of applause for him? Yeah, it was a great question and a great start for the interactive session. So may we have our next question, please? Your name?
Good evening. I am Rinita Sen. I am final year student and I have done my BTech in AI and ML only. And as I am in final...
College? Which college?
From St. Thomas College of Engineering and Technology.
Okay.
So most of my batchmates are placed in software companies, but I am placed in quite a different company. Well, not placed, but I've got a letter of intent from IT Power Private Limited company from New Delhi. And there I am expected to work on renewable sector in AI domain. So currently I am learning time series analysis and everything related to that, load forecasting. But since this is a very new field, so I really wanted to know that is it a drawback or is it an excellence that I am working towards? It will be a great if...
Your question is addressed to whom? You need the answer from...
anyone.
Yeah.
So I was just talking to a fantastic question, a very important thing from your career perspective. I was just talking to a couple of students during the break. Similar questions, similar thoughts. I can only tell you one thing, that AI in renewable and all, of course, you have a great future. You have to know AI, obviously, if you want to work in that area. But more importantly, other than knowing AI, the world that we are getting into, it's highly interdisciplinary, implying other than AI, you should build up a knowledge pool, a real good knowledge in some other areas, whether it is sustainable energy, whether it is the grid, power grid distribution, whether it is healthcare, whether it is something very specific like banking, whatever, engineering, because that combination is what that will keep you going. Just doing AI work probably will not create the entry barrier that you may be looking for. If you look at Michael Porter's 5 forces of nature, everybody wants to be in an area where he or she cannot be touched easily. Others cannot learn and very quickly displace that person, right? So you have to get to that land or zone by combining AI with something else and build deep expertise in that area, because analytics fails because of non-understanding of the domain where it is being applied. So you have to understand the domain, you have to understand that area, that thing very well. Then only you get the numbers in that area and you know how to churn those numbers, right? And there would be many tools, many technologies, GenAI, they are making this number crunching, number churning easier. But your understanding of that domain would remain with you for a little bit more time.
Okay.
AI has all characteristics of a general purpose technology. And that's how it is different from where you are comparing with classical IT professionals and IT industry. So therefore, that combinations, we are now looking at, say, renewable energy and AI as a combination, which has a huge potential, and it has been talked about. But from a bigger perspective, those who are in the area of AI, doing BTech in AI, etc., the context in a bigger engineering space, that cyber physical system, what is being talked about, is extremely important for you to be successful as a professional. I think this is a very, very important point you should keep in mind. AI in isolation has a very limited existence, a limited career prospect.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. In addition to that, I would like to mention that there was a famous quote of Einstein that you don't need to know everything. You need to know where to find it when you need it. Now in this era, actually the information is bursting, right? So you have all kind of information and you just come open Google or any kind of AI, you ask the question, you get the answer. But if you do not possess the knowledge inside you just to select which answer to select, which answer is accurate, so that knowledge is very much important, and I think our speaker actually tried to brief that too. So going forward, so next question, can we have our next question please? Next question, anyone? Please feel free, any kind of question you want to ask. Language barrier will not be a barrier, I can assure you. In any language you can ask, whether you are comfortable in Bengali, Hindi, whatever language you are comfortable in. Please ask. Yes. We'll be having this session for further 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, please. Tell your name and institution.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Mohammad Kashif. I am from Haldia Technology, Mechanical Engineering. Sir, I want to know that labor पे सर क्या impact पड़ेगा अगर AI technology आ गया तो suppose unskilled laborers जो
your voice is not audible. Just keep the microphone.
Hello.
Yeah, right in front of your mouth.
Yeah, I am audible.
Speak firmly. Yeah.
Sir, जैसे कि AI आगे चल के बहुत enhance होने वाला है तो सर लेबरों पे क्या impact पड़ेगा like man for like जितना भी जो लेबर सब हैं उन पे क्या impact पड़ेगा?
Basically, you are asking that what is going to happen with our workforce, right?
Like labor
for
like
the
labor.
ground level worker,
Yeah, yes.
how the AI will impact their job, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I have understood it correctly.
Yeah, yeah.
So you are asking to whom?
Anyone, sir.
To which speaker?
Anyone.
Anyone.
Yeah.
So, sir, who would like to answer him?
Actually, very good question. This happens, there is always an apprehension. When we move to new technology, there are two apprehensions. One is that there is big inertia that we don't want to go to the new technology. We are always good at what exactly presently available with us. Second thing, have you heard about Delhi Metro? 20 years back, when Delhi Metro came, there was a huge strike by the taxi operators. That our taxis will not work, our autos will not work, everything will stop because metro has come. After the metro has now come, their business have, gone 8 times. So what AI will do, AI will not what you call as replace human beings. They will augment your prowess, your capabilities of the human beings. So you will be doing multiple works at a very less time. So less resources will do more work. So you'll have more work. So your, capability, like 1 kilometer people used to, they used to take more time to build roads. Now they're doing it at a very fast rate. So technology will help you to expedite your work. So what AI will do, they will augment human, resources, and they will superpower you to do a work more efficiently and in a better way. So they will not replace you.
Yes, sir. One more question, sir. Suppose लेबर का एक सैलरी होता है पर डे के हिसाब से, तो सर कोई भी इंडस्ट्री अगर एआई बेस आता है सर, तो उसका कॉस्ट कटिंग तो काफ़ी कम हो जाएगा ना, क्योंकि सर जो भी है सर ऑटोमेशन पे सर काम करेगा, तो लेबर का कॉस्ट तो जो डेली वर्कर्स है सर.
I am adding to what has been talked about, is that I think many of us know that when IT came, there was a huge banking strike also. This example he gave, taxi. We have gone through that experience, okay? But you see that IT has actually changed Indian economy. Because there was an opportunity was exploited. What you are talking about, these are all threats, real threats. There is no denial of those facts. The question is how you can convert threat to an opportunity. And that's where the innovation and that's where the capacity of able to think in new way comes in. And you as a young man should think about that. What is important is, I also in the morning talked about, is that we cannot have AI without human being. But therefore we need to have more productivity. Productivity means economy size increases. Economy size growing means more job for more people. And that example is already there with the Indian IT industry. Okay? So I don't think there is any reason to be afraid about AI. It's very important to capture AI and exploit it and not to run away from it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So I think the answer clears all your doubts. So any question? Any further questions? Yes. Yeah. Here. Yeah. Okay. Just a minute, sir.
Hello, sir.
We have our next question.
I'm Shomali. Sir.
Can you speak little bit louder? We are.
Hello,
not,
sir.
Yeah.
Is it okay? Actually, sir, I was wondering to
What's
ask
your name? What's your name? And
it's Shomali Mitra.
yeah, you're from?
I'm from IIT Kharagpur.
Okay. Yeah.
So, sir, I was asking that the huge amount of data is used in the AI platforms. So, sir, what about the security of the data? Are we ready to deal with the security issues of the data?
Okay. And your question to?
Sorry,
anyone of the speaker. Okay.
सिक्योरिटी एआई में तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है सिक्योरिटी का, क्योंकि लेकिन जब तक हम चैलेंज को एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे तो आगे कैसे बढ़ेंगे. इसीलिए वो जो भी चैलेंज आएगा उसको एक्सेप्ट करके, सिक्योरिटी इश्यू भी हो जो भी हो, उसको मतलब एक्सेप्ट करके, उसको रिकॉग्नाइज करके, उससे कैसे आगे बढ़ना होगा, उसको यूज करके ही हम लोग आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा. ये तो बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है ही सिक्योरिटी. It's in now AI is in transition stage in respect to power system. So when this will be implemented, जैसे मैंने मेरा स्लाइड में बोला था, स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन जरूरी है, बहुत कुछ स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन जरूरी है, सिक्योरिटी जरूरी है, बहुत कुछ चीज़ें अभी काम करना बाकी है. जब तक उस सब में काम नहीं करेंगे तो AI के फुल फेज में हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर सकते. जैसे लेबर के बारे में जब डिस्कस कर रहे थे, क्वेश्चन कहते सर बता रहे थे, हम लोग सोचिए आज को 10 साल पहले जब ई कॉमर्स बिजनेस स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ था, इम्प्लीमेंट क्या था. आज आपका घर में एक ऑर्डर करते हैं, एक ड्रेस 140 रुपीज़ का, उसमें आपको मालूम है एक ई कॉमर्स वाला जो देने के लिए आता है उसको कितना रुपया मिलता है? उसको मिलता है 17 रुपया से 20 रुपया. वो देखिए, वो भी अच्छा AI टाइप का ही वो ई कॉमर्स में आया, लेकिन वो तो इम्प्लीमेंट जनरेट किया ना. इसलिए डरने का नहीं है, डर को आगे लंघना है, डर के साथ ही आगे बढ़ना है.
Thank you, sir. So we can have our next question from Engineer Shumon Sokar. Yeah, our representative in the audience. I would like to request you to hand over the mic to Engineer Shumon Sokar, sir, please.
I am Shuman Sharkar. I have a question regarding our utilities, which are in precarious conditions. How did, as a roadmap, what is the minimum cost to implement an AI from scratch? Since because these are we are all in a precarious financial condition, we cannot afford extravagant measures. So the finance people will not allow to people to splurge on money for AI, whether this is required or not. So how will we justify by putting on AI, and what about the ROI?
Your question to whom, sir? You would like to ask to
Mr. Banerjee would be kind enough to, because you have a cost effective. I suppose what is the minimum cost which is required for an AI implementation in an utility?
So you're asking me?
Yes.
Okay, so my answer to it, yes, it is a big problem, I understand, but actually my answer would be 0. You can easily, so the way we do it, this is a big problem, but for last 10-15 years, many companies, developing countries as well as developed countries, companies I have been consulting for. I have been a consultant for IBM for many years before getting into this R&D job. And what I have seen is every time this question is asked. But to start with AI, the most important thing that you need is a very agile mindset, a mentality that we call in Indian language, that I am going to go and learn something new, very quickly do a proof of concept and show the value. Almost all AI starts with a very important thing. Not just AI, any new technology starts with something very important, value demonstration. You have to show that this is valuable. And the moment you start demonstrating the value, you will see that there are a lot of people around you who will raise your hands and will be behind you. Because they themselves also want to know. Usually man is inquisitive in nature. Sometimes there are bosses who are like, frankly speaking, bozos. They don't understand anything. They don't appreciate anything. You probably, to 80-20 rule, 20% of the chance you will get that thing. 80% of the time, the moment you start demonstrating value, you will see that there are a lot of people around you are supporting you. Now, the second question is, to demonstrate that value, you have got to somehow get hold of a sample data set. And the most important thing, we have to keep learning. At your age, my age, the gentleman Muhammad Kashif who was talking from the back, all of us, we should make it a point to keep learning. Whether you are 15 or 50 or 65, does not matter. We should pick up a new language. It's not at all that difficult. It is very easy today in AGI, advanced ChatGPT and all. Learn a new language, get some data set, show some value, and have the right conversation. And senior people all the more, they should have the courage and the imagination and the articulation to make it happen. It is very much on the senior people for us. So the answer to your question is 0. Because it is a digital thing, it does not require capital investment like electrical power plant or a mechanical engineering or chemical engineering, big factory. We don't need any of that. All we need is a computer, internet, and download the code, start learning it, be imaginative, start showing some value, and you will see people gathering around it. This is the way I have seen it work. And that's what I would suggest to you. Just last question, just one example. You have heard about a company called Swiss Re, Switzerland's reinsurance company. They are very rich people. They go and insure other insurers. And some of the big money of Europe are in Swiss Re. When we first talked about AI to Swiss Re, such a rich company, they said, no, we are not going to do that. And then we came up with an idea. We said, you know what? Every day you go to the cafeteria, instead of going to the cafeteria and see what menu, what is the food you have on your menu, I will give it on your app. And all that is natural language processing AI. We did that pretty much late in the night, unpaid. Nobody paid for us. Few of us, we thought through, we showed the app. That app became so successful, they actually contracted us $86 million deal because they showed the value. We may not have $86 million deal from any West Bengal Power Corporation or anything, but they will at least spend probably 1,000 of that money just to do something interesting if you can show value. So please start showing value. Start doing AI right now and celebrate it. I'm sorry.
I don't have any answer for it because I'm possibly on the similar boat as you are.
Okay, thank you, sir. So any other question from anyone in the audience? Students? Anyone? Don't hesitate. Whatever comes in your mind, whatever you have in your heart, please ask. This is the opportunity, guys. You are not going to get it every day, right? So we are ending this session with my last question to Dr. Shantanu Choudhury. It's my personal question, being an engineer. I would like to ask that whether there is any project you are working on currently in IIT Delhi or anywhere you have heard of any kind of project there, the power utility, power system or power generation has been integrated and we are trying to implement AI as a whole in that total project. I mean, just explaining the question to all of you, we have Facebook, right? So Meta is working in AI. We have 6 types of AI agent, we all know, or kind of AI tools we have. We have that implementation platform in Facebook, right? So this kind of platform actually facilitate the user or the inventor of that platform to implement AI. Now you have built a platform where you can implement any kind of AI. You have different AI tools. So are we going to have that kind of platform in the power sector in coming years where we can integratedly implement all the AI tools currently we have? Do you know any kind of this kind of project or any kind of things you have in your mind that can be implemented in future, near future?
I'm not really in the knowledge of anyone developing such an integrated system, but there are also approaches of building integrated system in different domains. So for example, I know of integrated system being built in terms of management of electronic health records, because that's a variety of that. If you see, even as a part of digital health mission, also the proposal is to integrate health records from different hospitals and then have analytics around it. And so therefore that's a kind of an open framework. There are lots of people working. If you see digital health domain, people are working in that way. There are also open development stack, those things are coming up. I really do not know whether in power systems that kind of initiative is happening or not. But it is not, if you see this kind of I think more important is to think in terms of an open architecture. It should not come from Meta, it should not come from Google. Is actually the point is that all of us know how to do programming. It's a question of on a GitHub actually initiating a project to build such a platform, and we all know how to do it. It's a question of initiative. Somebody has to take a lead. Some young group should take a lead. Others would definitely join in the country. In the country, I know at least that there is a huge amount of young people actively involved in AI and power, that intersection of these areas. So therefore,
right,
it's
sir.
an initiative you can take.
So thank you, sir. So I think it's a tremendous opportunity to implement something like this. And my questions, the same questions to Chaudhary sir. Is there anything for DISCOM Power Grid is currently working on in this kind of implementation platform or something like that?
Yes, actually, just to answer one more thing, actually, the last part I would like to add, sir, your question. The challenges in any government sector and PSU for implementing any change is really huge, because there is huge inertia, especially in that case. What sir has told, I think it is very important that the leadership has a vision. The moment, because it is always a top driven, so moment the leadership has a vision, the money, the monetary, the resources, and he has said that you can start from zero. So it happens, and you have to start from the small things. And if those small things add value in the system, automatically the things start working. So you don't have any option. Actually, you have seen big companies, they have drowned because they did not change. And there are so many examples in front of us. And if we don't do it, the time will come that after 15 years, the survival will be difficult. So you have to change, and management has to understand. And I think in most of the cases, they have understood. There is no other option. And sir, regarding your question, DISCOMs, especially what exactly we are doing, because we are also engaged with Government of India for, revamping of distribution system all across India. And we have been handed over certain responsibilities. And in that we are, the one is the metering part. We are working on that, in Ladakh, in J&K region, and in Gujarat region, and in the other region. We are working in the smart metering prospect, and we are also trying to develop, for microgrids, we are trying to develop a smart grid solution with the help of educational institutes, wherein we can have real-time demand analysis, and also the the solutions of utilizing your renewable energy more efficiently. So we are working on that. It is on the initial stage. I think next 5 years and 10 years are very, very important for our power sector. And let me tell you, there will be huge change from generation to distribution. And you will be definitely seeing a better India after 10 years. So we are working on that. I think in few sectors, not all the sectors.
Yeah,
so we are working.
Just to add to my question when we take the consideration, considerable value, what we are going to add in terms of renewable energy. In day part, we will be having that enormous power. So we do not have the storage facility. So how you are planning to manage all that distortion in the stability of the power sector, power grid?
Very, very good question. I think this is the challenge which Power Grid is facing now, because there is a concept that, in electrical engineering, if you see, bigger grids, that 30% and 40% renewable energy integration can be done with the existing system. The moment it reaches 70% or it crosses 50%, you need to have inertia in the system. And since our main renewable energy source, and let me tell you, India is sun-rich country. And we have, out of 365 days, there has been analysis that almost 300 days on an average, we are having very good sun. So we are having very huge amount of solar energy, and ambitious targets of government, we are going to integrate, another 75 gigawatt very soon. So how we are going to do it is, first of all, it has to be the scheduling part of it, that, your hydro systems and your thermal systems, which is your base demand caterer. The thermal, renewal, and your renewable energy, they need to speak to each other. So we are having a bi-directional communication between all these generations, so that we can do all kind of solutions. We can do all kind of scheduling in respect to the energy availability. In addition to that, the smart metering will give us the data which will help us to schedule our loads in a better way, because we are going to come up with the schemes for the domestic users, because they have to be more smart now. Now, for example, if you're charging your vehicle, you have to ensure that you're charging it in the daytime. If you're using your washing machine, we'll be giving you more incentives that you use your washing machine in the daytime. Small things, and they will help us to schedule your load where I am having my more generation. And the moment, because what happens is that when renewable energy goes, it goes off suddenly, and then you will have a chance of grid collapse. That happened when during the COVID time, when you were supposed to switch off your lights,
on the request of Honorable Prime Minister, and there was a huge challenge for Power Grid. We were sitting on our desks, and we were ensuring that everything is in place, that grid should not face any problem. So, right. Yes. So that huge load is being transferred at the peak time. EVs are also going to be, next big load will be the EVs. They are going to be scheduled in the daytime, and in addition to that, you have a very good backup in a hydro, because hydro takes less time to start, and whereas in the case of thermal, you need more time to start. So you have to ensure that the backup is scheduled in such a way, and you have to learn again. And artificial intelligence, let me tell you, in scheduling, and we are doing in the case of outage, planning outage, artificial intelligence has lot of work to be done to optimize the solution. And I'm very sure that next 2-3 years you will see that renewable energy integration and AI, they are not separate. I mean, they will be. I think the girl who was, you are lucky enough to work in this field. As sir has told you, just have a confidence, get more domain knowledge that will help you to. The thing with AI is that you must know what you want from the AI. मतलब एक 3 साल का बच्चा और एक 70 साल का आदमी आज AI के बारे में बात करता है, सब उसके बारे में जानना चाहते हैं. मेरा बेटा एक 5 साल का है, वो भी कहता है कि मुझे AI के बारे में बताओ. तो सबकी दिलचस्पी है. ओनली चीज़ है कि हमें AI से क्या चाहिए. That we have to understand how, and how I think another girl told about the security, that we have to ensure the security, because you have seen about the Ukraine grid disaster during the war. During any disaster, the first thing will be attacked will be your grid, because it is now digitized. The moment you think make the things digital, there is a big risk. But you have to make yourself capable with all the firewalls around, so that you are not, in a danger. So I think that's it. Hopefully I've answered that.
Can I add just one?
Yeah, please. Sir.
So one last thing.
Yeah, sure. No, definitely.
So one final thing. See, knowledge today is highly democratized. All you need, again I'm saying, a computer and internet and everything else and a fine brain. You can get done. You can do a lot of things, believe me. So I have only one request to you. A lot of people here, young, experienced, in different stages and ages of life. I have just one request to all of you. Look, as I started the day with an important statement, celebrate AI, experience it, learn it. You can do so much all on your own. There is so much of material out there. There are very few times in the history of times that when common people have access to education that freely, knowledge that easily. There is hardly such accessibility thanks to internet, thanks to computer, thanks to World Wide Web, and thanks to the governments who still have not done policies, who still have not put that much restrictions. We are in a blessed state. Take advantage of it, learn as much as you can, and start doing AI, analytics, knowledge as best as you can, as fast as you can. That's all I have a request for all of you.
Absolutely,
because I do it every day.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And yes, sir, please.
Just one point I would like to highlight here. See, I think let's also understand one thing. There is a power in the people. And if you say open source software movement, and along with that, there is also, which is not very well known, there are also open source hardware movements, open source resource. The science as an open source is being talked about among a community in a big way. I think this is something which is also very, very important. And I contradicted one point with most of the panelists possibly, that any technology is a business, and business always have a kind of a profit-making motive, and you cannot stop that. But when people come together, they also offer an alternative to that. Just take an example of Linux. See, actually Windows was dominating the software, the OS part of it. The Linux is a completely open source movement which actually has replaced all versions of Windows in majority of the server as well as mid-level computers. And it's completely open. So therefore, it has to be strength in yourself. Particularly young students should not think that I should always look at some of these what multinationals are doing, I have to be part of it. It's not necessarily true. There is also opportunity and possibility of grassroots technology development. We should have confidence in us, among us, on us, and should support that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And just to add to our Chaudhary sir, I would like to say that I can remember that day too, when our Honorable Prime Minister sir told us to switch off the light, and they managed the grid very well. We were present in the thermal power plant too. We were expecting that the grid will fail and the total power failure will occur. So we were present at that moment in the control room. So just put a big round of applause for the unsung heroes that we are actually engineers. We are the backbone of the country. So, continue this applaud for our honorable speakers. I would like to request them to, please. Okay. Just stay on the stadium. Just stay on the podium so that we can have a group picture just after the Thanksgiving session by Engineer Shumon Sharkar sir. A vote of thanks by Engineer Shumon Sharkar sir, who is the Vice Chairman of CEC EWF. I would like to request you to give vote of thanks to our honorable speakers. And thank you.
And Mr. Abhijit Roy from CSC, and Dr. Shoikat Chakraborty, Professor from Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Kanpur, Mr. Ravi Sharan Chaudhary, DGM Power Grid, Mr. Uday Shankar Boral, and Mr. D.N. Tripathi from DVC, and Mr. Joy Chakraborty from WIRA for taking their valuable time in giving their thoughts and presentation to this seminar. I'd also like to thank the seminar organizing committee of EWF and also assistance from the WBPDCL authorities for making this seminar successful. I'd also like to thank all our participants, namely the teachers and students of different engineering colleges, and also our members for being present and making the seminar success. I also thank the team of PowerGen XT for publishing volume 13 of PowerGen XT. Thank you all for being with us and making it a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I request Mr. Sinha to